who passed on the 24th of July after a car crash between Babanango and Melmoth. All victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crimes, public servants and traditional leaders in KwaZulu-Natal and the country, victims of road fatalities in our province during the recent past. Honorable members, although these people may have departed from our midst, they will live on in the hearts of their loved ones. It is in this regard that I request all of us to stand and observe a moment of silence in their honor. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Honorable members, the next announcements would be item number 3 on your order paper, apologies. The apology of Honorable Ms. N. Pinkonyeni, MEC for Finance, who's out of the province on government activities. Honorable Ms. Alex H. Hlongwa-Madlala, who's out of the province on family commitment. The members of the DA caucus, as they are attending the memorial services of Miss Mary Bishop, a senior staff member of the DA in the KwaZulu-Natal, and we should have included Miss Mary Bishop in the obituaries table staff. Honorable Mr. M.W. Twala, Honorable Ms. Tinkosi, Honorable Ms. H.P. Chiliza, and Honorable Mr. N.N. Ngubane, who have organizational work. Honorable M.E. Pakati, who has a party commitment. Members who is not well is the Honorable P.H. Mbata, who will leave at 10 to attend to a doctor. Honorable members, on birthdays, I want to take this opportunity to wish a happy birthday to Honorable M.E. Pakati, whose birthday is today, the 27th of July. I hope he has a wonderful day. I also want to take this opportunity to wish a happy birthday in advance to Honorable M.A. Chiliza, whose birthday will be on the 31st of July. Honorable member, I hope you will have a most delightful day. May your dearest wishes be fulfilled now and in the future, Ngubonduna. On PAMET, Ms. Wendy Landsberg from PAMET and SARS officials are available between 9:30 to 1400 hours today to assist members who have queries about their medical aid and SARS issues. Members will find Ms. Landsberg and the officials from SARS in the members' reading room. Honorable members, I see that I skipped an apology by the Honorable Premier, who is also on government business in the province of Gauteng pertaining to the Mieni family that is receiving the body of the late daughter that they are receiving from the Philippines. Now we'll go to item number 4, announcements or reports by the Premier.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry about that. On Monday, the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government hosted a crime-fighting imbizo to unveil bold crime-combating intervention to drastically reduce the scourge of crime, especially cross-border crime, which develops the Umkhanyakude district municipality. The imbizo was part of government's plan to heighten crime combating and prevention plans in Umkhanyakude district, which has been hard hit by cross-border crime, especially car hijackings in that area. Interventions such as the deployment of specialized police unit in the district and along the borderline were unpacked. Improvement to local police stations were also unveiled by the provincial government during the imbizo. We also unveiled a contractor that is tasked with erecting the New Jersey barriers, which is a high concrete barricade wall that is being built as a deterrent to prevent the theft of vehicles in South Africa and taken across the border of Mozambique. The provincial government also used the imbizo to strengthen its integrated approach to crime fighting by mobilizing community members to play an activist role in crime combating and detection and work with law enforcement agencies to reclaim our street, villages, and public spaces from criminals. Mgungundlo of OSS, Honorable Speaker, the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government hosted the Operation Sukuma Sake Cabinet Day at Mgungundlo of District yesterday. This innovative and groundbreaking OSS program is aimed at strengthening public participation while enabling the provincial government to assess progress in service delivery, and our people are happy about it. OSS also serves as a platform to monitor, evaluate, and fast-track the implementation of various services and programs to improve the lives of our communities. The event was also used to respond to and remove bottlenecks that frustrate service delivery to communities. On the BRICS Urbanization Forum, Honorable Speaker, the 2023 BRICS Urbanization Forum is being held in Durban as we speak from the July the 25th up to the 27th. The forum attracted more than 600 delegates from the BRICS countries. The forum is a platform for cooperation between BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa on urban developmental issues. The theme for the 2023 forum is Advancing Urban Resilience for Sustainable Cities and Towns for All. The forum brings together government officials, experts, practitioners from the big countries to discuss key urban development issues such as 1, urban planning and management, 2, sustainable urban infrastructure, 3, climate change adaptation and mitigation, 3, 4, inclusive and equitable urban development, and lastly 5, social and economic development in cities. The forum also provides a platform for the BRICS countries to share their experiences and best practices in urban development. The outcome of the forum are used to inform BRICS countries' national urban development policies and strategies. On the repatriation of Ms. Snekuku Miene's remains from the Philippines, Honorable Speaker and members, the board of Snekuku Ntobeko Miene, a medical student from Utrecht who died in Philippines, arrived in South Africa last night at OR Tambo Airport. This follows tireless efforts by the provincial government to expedite the repatriation of Snekuku, who died on the 10th of July on her way back home. Her special prayer ceremony is currently underway at a chapel located near the airport. Thereafter, her remains will be prepared for transportation by road to Utrecht. Snekuku's funeral service will take place this Saturday on the 29th of July 2023. The KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government has been instrumental in the successful repatriation of Snekuku's remains from the Philippines to South Africa. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family of the Miene. As the provincial government, we do not want the family to suffer the pain of the loss of their beloved daughter alone. The provincial government had taken the decision to assist with the repatriation process and funeral arrangements to ensure that Snekuku is given a dignified send-off. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, tribute to the Judge George Webster, the late Webster. We learned with sadness of the passing of Judge Webster, who was a prominent activist in the struggle for liberation and an arch opponent of the apartheid government. As a lawyer and later as jurist, Judge Webster played a significant role in the crafting of South Africa's post-apartheid legal system. Judge Webster was exceptional. Our current post-apartheid democracy owes a great deal to activists such as him, who challenged the regime on its racist and inhuman laws, who later, as a legal practitioner, stood on the side of the downtrodden and the vulnerable. Judge George Webster will be remembered for his many judgments over the years, including the 2001 when he sentenced to life an HIV-positive man who raped 2 11-year-old minors. On behalf of the government and people of KwaZulu-Natal, we wish to convey our deepest condolences to the Webster family, the legal fraternity, and the whole country on this. The tribute to slain photojournalist. Honorable members, we take this opportunity to pay tribute to independent media photojournalist Bongani Mbatha, who was gunned down at his Hammersdale home on Tuesday, the 18th of all days. The Carlos murder decided to kill Mbatha on Mandela's birthday, the day that is recognized and celebrated globally. Mbatha will be remembered for his diligent dedication for when he covered various events to the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Mbatha had an exceptional eye for a good picture when the opportunity arose to take one. He has left behind some of the most iconic pictures of various events which take place in the province and the country. We hope that the police who are working tirelessly bring his killers to book. The provincial government conveys deepest condolences to the family of Bongani Mbatha. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, LOGP. Now we'll go to the next order, which is item on the order paper, which is tabling of reports or papers. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature tables the budget performance in-year monitoring report for the month of June 2023, the first quarter institutional performance report for 2023-24, The Department of Education tables the KZN, their annual performance plan for 2023-24 progress. The Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs tables the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs Annual Performance Report 2022-2023 Progress Report. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tables the Zululand District Municipality Annual Report 2021-22 and Oversight Report and Annual Report 2021-2022. The Department of Finance tables the presentation of Performance Information Quarter 1 of the 27th of July 2023. Honorable members of the executive and chairpersons of committees, are there any other items that are for tabling that may not have been recorded? Seeing that there are none, we will indulge you as they arise. We go to item number 6, formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip, do you have any formal motions or notices you want to table?
Yes, greetings, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, and the LOGB, Mtombeni, and MEC, President, and honorable members. Yes, we do have 3 motions that we want to table.
May you kindly table them one by one? You will start with one and we check concurrence, whether we have concurrence of the House.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Makhubela, and greetings once again to honorable members. The first motion is, this motion is a motion without notice, move understanding rule 105, subsection 1G, with the unanimous concurrence of all the members present in the House. The presiding officer is requested to put the motion to the vote for approval as a resolution of the House understanding rule 103, subsection 2, noting that 1, the President has by proclamation determined the total remuneration packages of public office bearers in terms of Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act of 1998, Act number 20 of 1998, 2, in terms of the proclamation number 129 of 2023, the upper limits of the salaries and allowances of the Premier has been thus determined. And 3, the legislature is required in terms of the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act 1998, and having regard to the provisions of the proclamation number 129 of 2023, to determine by resolution the upper limits of the Premier's salary and allowances, the amount of the pension contribution to the pension fund of which the Premier is a member, and as well as the amount of the medical aid contribution. This House therefore resolves, 1, that the total remuneration package of the Premier, subject to the provisions of the Act and Proclamation 129 of 2023, shall be as follows. Grade LA, pay level 1, position Premier, total remuneration from the 1st of April 2022 be 2,398,068 rand. 2, that the total remuneration package shall include all the elements set out in the proclamation. Therefore, I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip, for moving the motion without notice regarding the remuneration of the Premier. Honorable members, as this is a motion in terms of Rule 105, 1H, where notice is dispensed with by the unanimous concurrence of all the members present, we firstly need to confirm that there is unanimous concurrence of all members before we proceed to vote on the motion itself. I therefore, honorable members, invoke Rule 290 on voting per party as we vote for the motion. This will be applicable to all the 3 motions that the Chief Whip will be raising, that we vote per party. Can I therefore check can I therefore first check with parties that there is concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice? I will go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP,
Lead.
do you concur with the motion?
The Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honourable Leader of Government Business, Honourable Members, the IFP concurs. Thank you.
DA is not in the house. Now we're going to the EFF. EFF, do we have concurrence? Members of the EFF, I hope you know that you have to say something. This is a serious matter that we are discussing. You can't just be silent. Do we have concurrence?
Honourable Speaker, as the EFF, we concurred.
NFP, do we have concurrence?
Honourable Speaker, yes, we do concur.
Minority Front, do we have concurrence?
Yes, Honourable Speaker, the MF concurs.
I can't see the honourable member. Yeah, okay. Honourable.
The MF concurs, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. ACDP, do we have concurrence?
Madam Speaker, we do.
ATM, do we have concurrence? Oh, ATM has apologized. African National Congress, do we have concurrence? Manje mkhasho kusho ukuthi ayikho yini wipho ijubile ukuthi mayikuvotele. ANC, do we have concurrence?
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. The ANC concurs.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Secretary, are there any such members on the virtual platform? If there is none, I confirm that there is unanimous concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice as required by Rule 105(1)H. We may now proceed to voting on the motion itself. We are still using the same rule. I put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to approve the resolution on the upper limit of the salary and allowances of the Premier as read out by the Chief Whip. I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports the motion.
DA is not in the House. EFF.
Honourable Speaker, the EFF approves. Thank you.
NFP.
Donisha Somlomo, National Freedom Party yavuma ukuthi makanikezwe.
MF. Honourable
MF.
Msimang. Honourable Msimang. Sorry, Honourable Rajbans. Honourable Msimang. Ungethuka kakhulu, ethukela ngaphakathi. Oh, MF, you can.
The MF supports, Honourable Speaker.
Yabonga. ACDP.
ACDP also support, Madam Speaker.
ATM is not in the House. African National Congress.
The ANC supports the motion, Honourable Speaker.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favour 51, votes against nil, abstentions nil.
I did not get your in favor, ma'am.
51.
51. Okay.
Against, no. Abstentions, no.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Those in favor, 51. Those against, 0. Abstentions, 0. The ayes have it. That concludes voting on the resolution of the remuneration of the Premier. It has been approved. Honorable Chief Whip, you said you have 3 motions. You can go to your second motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honourable members. The second motion is as follows. This motion is a motion without notice moved under Standing Rule 105G with the unanimous concurrence of all members present. The presiding officer is requested to put the motion to the vote for adoption as a resolution of the House under Standing Rule 103, subsection 2, that 1, there are currently no guidelines on the basic minimums and upper limits for services and support that must be provided to the executive authority and the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature. 2, with the assistance of the legislature sector, the legislature has drafted the KZN guide on the provision of support to the executive authority and the speakers of the KwaZulu-Natal province legislature. It is required that the draft guide be considered by a committee of the legislature with a view to finalizing the guide and recommending approval thereof to the House. 4, it has been deemed prudent that an ad hoc committee be established to perform the above task. That 5, the Standing Rule 212, subsection 1 provides that an ad hoc committee may be established by a resolution of the House. The House resolves that 1, an ad hoc committee is established for a period of 3 months in order to oversee the progress of this drafting of the KZN guide on the provision of the support to the executive authority and the deputy speakers of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. Customize the guide as and where necessary for implementation in the legislature. Finalize the guide for approval thereof by the House and submit its report thereon to the House. 2, the political parties must appoint the members of the ad hoc committee as provided for in Standing Rule 141, subsection 1, within 7 days of the establishment of the committee. 3, the secretary must convene the first meeting of the ad hoc committee as provided for in Standing Rule 148 within 7 working days of the appointment of the committee members. 4, the ad hoc committee, before it commences businesses, must elect one of its members as chairperson as provided for in Standing Rule 146, subsection 1B. 5, the ad hoc committee has all the powers listed in the Standing Rule 153. And then 6, in terms of the Standing Rule 154, subsection 1AI, the ad hoc committee must submit its report to the House at the end of 3 months period. 7, subject to the express terms of this resolution, all the provisions of the standing rules pertaining to portfolio committees read with the changes required by the circumstances apply to the ad hoc committee. I so move. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Chief Whip, for moving the motion without notice regarding the resolution to establish an ad hoc committee to finalize the guide on the provision of support to executive authority and Deputy Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. Honourable members, as this is a motion in terms of Rule 1051, where notice is dispensed by the unanimous concurrence of all the members present, we firstly need to confirm that there is unanimous concurrence of all members before we proceed to vote on the motion itself. We reiterate, as we said before, that we are invoking Rule 290, where we do party voting. Can I therefore first check with parties that there is concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice? I will now go party by party to obtain the vote. Thereafter, check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, the IFP supports the move of this motion without notice.
DA is not in the house. EFF.
Honorable Speaker, EFF supports the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the NFP concurs.
Honorable Speaker, the Minority Front concurs.
Somlomo, EACDP, iyavuma.
ATM is not in the house. ANC.
Honorable Speaker, ANC iyavuma.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, I confirm that there is unanimous concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice. We may now proceed to voting on the motion itself. I put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to establish an ad hoc committee to finalize the guide on the provision of support to the Executive Authority and Deputy Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature as read out by the Chief Whip. I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports the motion.
The DA is not in the house. EFF.
Honorable Speaker, EFF support. Yabonga.
Somlomo namalunga ahloniphekile endlu, ENFP supports motion.
Honorable Speaker, the MF supports the motion.
Somlomo, EACDP, iyayiseka motion.
ATM is not in the house. ANC.
The ANC supports, Chair.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 52. Votes against, nil. Abstentions, nil.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Those in favor, 52, against nil, and abstentions nil. The ayes have it. That concludes voting on the resolution to establish an ad hoc committee to finalize the guide on the provision of support to the Executive Authority and Deputy Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. Chief Whip, to your last one, you said Natri,
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker Mahubela. That motion, which is the last one, is the motion resolution of the House concerning the adoption of the customized oversight model. This motion is a motion without notice moved understanding to the legislature specific needs and requirements. 2, during the process of aligning the oversight model to the requirements of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, it was recognized that there was need for a significant review of the model to improve oversight processes. 3, the process of review and customization of the oversight model commenced in the 2021 with the approval of the attached customized oversight model. And therefore, this House resolved to approve the attached customized oversight model. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip, for moving the motion without notice regarding the adoption of the customized oversight model. Honorable members, this is a motion in terms of Rule 105, where notice is dispensed by the unanimous concurrence of all the members present. We firstly need to confirm that there is unanimous concurrence of all members before we proceed to vote on the motion itself. Can I therefore first check with parties that there is concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice? I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP.
Honorable Speaker, the IFP supports moving this motion without notice. Thank you.
The DA is in the House. EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The EFF concurs the motion. Thank you.
NFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the NFP concurs.
MF.
Honorable Speaker, the MF concurs the motion.
ACDP.
Honorable Speaker, ACDP also support the bill.
ATM is not in the House. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. ANC concurs.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, I confirm that there is unanimous concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice as required by Rule 105.1. May we now proceed to voting on the motion itself? I put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to approve the customized oversight model as read out by the Chief Whip. I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP.
Somlomo hloniphekile iqembu lenkatho yenkululeko liyayisekela isiphakamiso.
The DA is not in the House. EFF.
Honorable Speaker, the EFF do support.
NFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the NFP yayisekela.
MF.
Honorable Speaker, agreed.
ACDP.
Somlomo ACDP iyayisekela bill.
Siyabonga Bishop, uyivuleyo mibini imibhobho lapho. The ATM is not in the House. The ANC.
Inqola emasondo ukhongolose wabantu uyasemukela isinqumo somlomo.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Secretary, if there is none, can I ask for the tally of the votes, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 55. Votes against, nil. Abstentions, nil.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. In favor, 55, against nil, abstentions nil. The ayes have it. That concludes voting on the resolution of the customized oversight model. Thank you, honorable members. Now, yours as parties, you will be receiving letters from the Office of the Speaker to submit names of your members that will sit in the ad hoc committee on the presiding officers a handbook that speaks about provision of support to the executive authority and the deputy speaker. On the one of the adoption of the customized model, I am glad that you already have been using these already, but we will be continuing. Siyabulela kakhulu for having come this far. Thank you so much, honorable members. Now we go back to the orders. We're now going to item number 7, notices of bills and motion. Notices of bills and motions, Mr. Mehmet. I will start with the Honorable TV Kulu of the ANC. Television.
Honorable Speaker, our chairperson, deputy chairperson, Honorable Mtombeni, greetings, honorable members. Somlomo ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyofisa kudingidwe okanye ngiqaphelise lendlu noma ngixwayise ngaloko okulandelayo. I-coalition ye-DA and IFP lokuhlangana kuvusa uhlevana ngoba kusikhumbuza ukuthi inkatha yake yahlangana namabhunu obandlululo kwabulawa abantu ababengenacala kepha babelwisana nokucindezela.
Honorable members, don't drown him. Do hedge him. Mpepete. Honorable Kwala, Chief Whip IFP. Atama rules, you can do what you are doing, but not drowning the speaker. Honorable Kulu, you may continue.
Kalipans. Ngixwayise ngaloko okulandelayo ukuhlangana i-coalition ye-DNIP lokuhlangana kuvusa uhlevana ngoba kusikhumbuza ukuthi inkatha yake yahlangana namabhunu bandlululo kwabulawa abantu ababengenacala kepha babelwisana nokucindezelwa komntonsulu. Sibala kwezinye zezigigaba ezibhaliwe emlandweni waKwaZulu-Natal, the 7 Days War yaseCaluza. Lakhona iqembu lenkatha lahlangana khona namabhunu kwahlaselwa abantu baseCaluza, base-Ashdown, eSmero, ukubhala ezimbalwa lapho khona kwashiswa imizi yabantu abansundu, kwafa inqwaba yabantu. Lapho ngibala uComrade uRudolph, Comrade uMilip Telesi, Comrade uBono, Comrade uStorozana, ukubala nje abambalwa. Ngabe kumele sethuke na? Noma umlando uyaziphinda. Iningizimu Afrika izibonela ukuthi inkatha ishintshile, isenjalo. Kamuva ngesehlo sokuqimba bagibele phezu kwamatafula kwaNongoma. Ngiyophakamisa somlomo.
The next. Honorable members, don't let me into what happens to your party, in your parties, how to be promoted and demoted. I don't want to know that. The Honorable F.W. Mshengu is the next member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. 10 years ago, the people of Ispingo Transit Camp in Ward 90 were provided a temporary shelter while the government was making permanent arrangements for their occupation. We congratulate more than 80 families who, in the last 2 weeks, have been moving to their brand new houses provided for free of charge by the ANC carrying government at Sipingo. I therefore extend our deepest appreciation to the eThekwini Municipality and Human Settlement Departments on behalf of the beneficiaries for their proficient delivery of this project. We further call on the department to also ensure that the old temporary structures are destroyed. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable MP Gwalawe, IFP.
Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes social cohesion and nation building are key to creating stability within our communities. While history saw us divided, a democratic constitution declares our shared future. To achieve this, respect must be shown to the dignity, identity, and culture of all our citizens. South Africa's painful past cannot be erased, and it will not be erased by demolishing statues. There is value in reminders of our great overcoming. Moreover, only constructive acts of healing will create balance. This House resolved to invite the government of the United Kingdom through the British Embassy to erect a statue of King Cetshwayo alongside that of Queen Victoria. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next speaker is Honorable S. Moodley.
Morning, Madam Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the banning of trucks in KZN and other provinces is well organized and orchestrated by kingpins who have enough time to devise these plans. Yet the Crime Intelligence Unit failed to uncover and stop these plans. This is similar to what happened during the 2021 July unrest, where the Crime Intelligence Unit was caught asleep at the wheel. This is tantamount to economic sabotage. This House resolves to call upon the law enforcement agencies to ensure that anyone involved in the looting or banning of trucks must be arrested, to call upon the courts to show no mercy to anyone found guilty of banning trucks. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable S. Ban Prakash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to honorable members. Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the recent shack fires that destroyed hundreds of shacks in Kennedy Road settlement in Durban come shortly after two other fire disasters in Dakota and Bottlebra settlements. Proper, safe housing is a basic human right. These shack dwellers who continue to live under inhumane and life-threatening conditions have been promised proper housing during pre-election campaigns. This House resolves, 1, to restore the dignity and basic human rights of shack dwellers. 2, to call on the MEC of Human Settlements and respective municipalities to commit to the people of informal settlements on the provision of proper housing. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable C.M. Shinga.
Of the NFP.
Of the NFP.
Somlomo ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngophakamisa ukuthi lendlu iyayihlonipha futhi iyaqhakambisa indima negalelo elidlalwa onompilo ikakhulukazi eindaweni zasemakhaya lapho usizo lwezempilo luncikinciki. Ikhuthaza ukuthi bandiswe futhi baqashwe ngokugcwele kugcwaliswe nezikhala zalabo abashiyayo ngenxa yokukhula noma ngokusula ngoba sebezitholele amadlelo aluhlaza, ukuthi kubuyekezwe kubhekelelwe inhlalonhle nemihlomulo yabo ukubagcina kulo mkhakha. Ngakho-ke le ndlu inquma ukuba umnyango wezempilo wenze ngakho konke ukuthi uqeqeshe wandise isibalo sonompilo futhi uvale nezikhala esezikhona ulungise inhlalonhle nemihlomulo ukubagcina. Somlomo ngiyophakamisa.
The next member is Honorable Esther Korratbansi of the MF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this Honorable House as follows, noting that our healthcare facilities create significant environmental impacts, further noting the need for greening healthcare through systematic implementation of environmental programs. This Honorable House calls on the Honorable MEC of Health, N. Simelane, to initiate a waste management mitigation pilot project at King Edward Hospital in collaboration with the Nelson Mandela School of Medicine. Thereafter, develop a framework to enhance the environmental performance of all healthcare facilities in KwaZulu-Natal. Moved by Honorable Rajbansi.
The next member is Honorable S.E. Manqele of the ECDP.
Somlomo. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu elandelayo ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. Kuyabakhathaza abantu abantulayo abathola isibonelelo sika 350 ukuthi uma kwenzeka wafakelwa isihlobo sakhe noma malini nje u350 uyanqamuka awuzwani nenye imali. Kungabe laba bantu akumele yini balekelele empilweni yabo ngenxa yokuthi bathola leso sibonelelo sika 350. Ngiyakuphakamisa ukuba lendlu ibuke ukuthi lo mphakathi ungasizwa kanjani ukuba noma uhulumeni ebasiza kodwa kungabi icala ukusizwa ngomunye umuntu mhlambe ngemali encane noma engaphezulu ka 350. Ngiyakuphakamisa Somlomo.
The next member is Honorable TP Mthethwa.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the next sitting.
Honorable Mthethwa. Honorable Mthelezi and Honorable Msimango, if I'm hearing you when you are chatting here without that mic of Honorable Mthethwa being on, it's going to be worse if you continue when her mic is on. I'm just saying it. I have been hearing you succinctly, but with her mic, it's going to be worse because what we are chatting about will be on the record. I want to protect your chat, honorable members. May you continue, Honorable Mthethwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes that the ex-KZN principal, Mtutuzi Ndlovu, was handed a life sentence by the Vryheid Magistrate Court after he repeatedly raped a 15-year-old boy. The principal gave the teenager money and stationery in exchange of his silence. It is disgusting and embarrassing that we have teachers who opt to destroy the future of pupils instead of building it. Sex perverts must be named and shamed for the rest of their lives. This House resolved to call for a thorough background checks for anyone to be employed as a teacher because sex perverts teachers, when they see children, they think about having a sexual relationship with them. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable NJ Nkwanyana.
Angithokoze Somlomo. Somlomo ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngophakamisa kanje. Lendlu iyakunaka ukuthi abafarisi nabazenzisi esihlale sizwa kukhulunywa ngabe emabhayibhelini sesibabona ngamehlo kwa-ANC. Lokhu kufakazelwa ubuqili kanye nenzondo ejulile egijima emthanjeni yegazi kaNgqongqoshe wezempilo ojezisa umphakathi waseMtuba ngoba wavotela inkatha ngokuthi amemezele ukuthi angeke besasakha isibhedlela ngoba imeya yenkatha ingabe nomhlaba okuyinto engamampunge. Iqiniso lithi yingoba seyaphuma imeya ye-ANC eMtuba eyayizokhankasela ukhetho ngokwakhiwa kwesibhedlela. Lokhu kuqubula izinsolo zokuthi kungenzeka ukuthi khona abathile abesebethengiswe amathenda ukuze imhlwehlwe izomfoma amafutha manje asebephuqwe ikatha emlonyeni. Lendlu inquma kanje ukuxwayisa i-ANC ukuthi asikhothe emhlanje ukunxusa umphakathi waseMtuba kanye neminye imiphakathi ukuthi ngokhetho ka-2024 awuqhubeke uvotela inkatha uchayise i-ANC. Somlomo ngiyophakamisa.
The next member is Honorable H.S. Dlamini.
Angibonge Mpondokazi. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanje. Ekugcineni iNational Assembly isize yawuphasisa umthethosivivinywa womshwalense wezempilo kazwelonke i-NHI. NgoLwesibili mhla ka-12 kuNhlangulana 2023. Kanjalo nangoLwesihlanu 28 kuNtulikazi 2023 ikomiti lezempilo lizoqala inqubo yokulalelwa kwezimvo zomphakathi. Yazi yamnandi indaba. 2, lo mthetho sivivinywa uyisilinganisi kahle kahle sezempilo. Isekelwe kumgomo wobumbano emphakathini, ukuvikelwa kwengozi yezezimali. Uphinde uthi i-domestic worker nje njengoba siwaqashile iyafana nabo madam. Iyafana nabo madam laba babaqashile. Ngaphezu kwakho lokho uthi asilingane sonke mayelana nokunakekelwa kwezempilo. Kwesithathu somlomo lokhu kukhombisa ngokusobala ukuzibophezela kahulumeni oholwa ukhongolose ngohlelo lokunakekelwa kwezempilo lwamahhala ha. This house therefore resolve ukwesekelwa ngokungananazi i-NHI ephambi kwesishayamthetho njengoba iwuhlaka lomthetho oludingekayo ukuze kuguqulwe futhi kuqiniswe umkhakha kahulumeni njengento eyodwa engacasi ngobobuhlanga efinyelelekayo ephumelelekayo elinganayo futhi enhle nje kubo bonke abantu baseNingizimu Afrika. Ngiyophakamisa Mpondokazi.
The next member is Honorable A.G. Mapena.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice that on the next sitting of the House, I shall move on behalf of the African National Congress as follows. That the House debates the readiness to accommodate sign language in government departments. This comes after the progressive move, which recognizes sign language as the 12th language officially in South Africa, as signed into law by the President Cyril Ramaphosa on the 19th of July this year. We commend the President as this law advances rights to equality, dignity, social inclusion for people with impairment in terms of hearing. I shall so move. Yamnandi ndaba.
The next and last member for a motion is the Honorable L.D. Ngubane. Ngiwahlonipha ke lama list ngoba ngiwanikwa ngababheqeshi abakhulu bamagqugula enhlangano nembuthano ezimelweyo kuleli. Honorable L.D. Ngubane of the ANC For the last time, Honorable L.D. Ngubane of the African National Congress. Seemingly Honorable L.D. Ngubane, is she connected, Secretary? She's not connected and she's not the House, and we don't have an apology. The motion falls off. Thank you so much, honorable members, for your motions. We now go to the main orders of the day. On item number 8, and item 8.1 will be the report by the member of the Executive Council responsible for agriculture and rural development, which is vote 3, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, on the department's performance against its annual performance plans in line with Standing Rule 1131. The Honorable Madesius Zuma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Engeko, Premier, LOGP, and members of the Executive Council, members of this legislature, ladies and gentlemen. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development appreciates the opportunity to table the first quarter report of its 2023-24 annual performance plan. The APP is a service delivery contract we signed declaring on our commitment to advance agricultural growth and rural development within the province of KwaZulu-Natal. It is the blueprint that contains our pledge to serve with diligence and integrity the citizens of this province. The primary mandate of the department's existence is to ensure that there is food security support, farmer and agricultural sector development, and integrated rural development and empowerment. There is an accelerated effort to hasten service delivery provision, particularly to the poor and the most vulnerable stakeholders within the sector. The programs championed by the department are squarely focused in dealing head-on with the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The department is comprehensively enhancing livestock farmers by improving livestock quality, especially in rural areas, whilst bridging the gap between the commercial farmers and emerging livestock farmers. Before proceeding to table the performance report to this House, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that this morning I met the Office of the Auditor General of South Africa. I'm pleased to report that the AG has confirmed that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has successfully defended the clean audit outcome. We have achieved a second clean audit in a row. This time around, the department achieved this feat with 100% budget expenditure, including ensuring that all 4 conditional grants that the department receives from the national government are spent. The department also achieved 93% APP target. There were 86 targets planned, 80 were achieved, 6 were not achieved, which resulted to 93% overall achievement. These accomplishments are also pointing to closer relationship between the budget expenditure and service delivery achievements. The second clean audit is also demonstrating maturing systems
of internal controls and strength of the governance within the Department of KwaZulu-Natal, of the Department of Agriculture. Between March and April this year, I have appointed 13 senior managers in the department, which includes 4 chief directors. The intention of these appointments is to strengthen the capacity in the management and to do away with the perpetual acting arrangements. We are now seized with the finalization of the appointment of the head of department. On quarter 1 performance overall, the department has 3 programs. The first one is administration, which deals with corporate services and financial management. The second one is agricultural development services. Then the third one is the rural development. Program 1, which is administration, provides corporate services and financial management to ensure effective and efficient support and governance of the organization. The main purpose of this program is to render support to the line function components in order to fulfill the department service delivery mandate. The outputs under this program are critical towards the attainment of institutional excellency and good governance. The majority of performance measures for the program 1 are compliance inclined and inwards looking, with particular focus on institutional efficiency. Some of the critical areas that are measured include human resource administration and development, employee relations, legal services, intergovernmental relations, business support services, financial management. Collectively, Program 1 achieved 89% overall performance in quarter 1. On Program 2, which is agricultural development services, the sustainable resource use management sub-program includes the agricultural engineering services and land care sub-programs, as well as land use management and disaster risk reduction. Also affecting the land care sub-program is PWP integrated grant for provinces, which is an annual allocation based on the prior year's performance. This sub-program achieved 67% in this quarter because land care had to reprioritize some of its funding. As a result, the number of hectares of land rehabilitated and beneficiaries trained and green job created by the land care EPWP program was underachieved due to the delay on approvals. However, these projects will be implemented in the upcoming quarters of the year. Indications are that the department will be able to achieve the planned annual target for this sub-program. On agricultural producer support and development, the agricultural producer support and development program houses the bulk of the conditional grants, funding of extension services, as well as fencing and irrigation schemes programs and food security interventions at household, subsistence, and smallhold levels. This sub-program achieved 93%. The number of hectares planted for food production through departmental support has underachieved because the mechanization has not started. In line with the accelerated effort of fighting poverty in households, the number of agricultural advice indicator has overachieved its target as the department is consistently on the ground on One Home, One Garden program. Veterinary services. On the veterinary services, It is embarking on campaign to stimulate awareness of the animal disease. The directorate is also securing mobile clinic to be able to provide medical health care for the animal in the rural areas. This is an attempt to reduce the waiting period of return of samples often collected for animal to lab testing. Accordingly, management has been directed to ensure that there is a balance between fighting FMD, but ensuring that the rest of veterinary activities are not neglected, as this must trigger non-compliance issues. It is a difficult balance to achieve, but management is devising an appropriate corrective plan to improve the 86% overall performance achieved against this target in Q1. Honorable Speaker, on the Agricultural Research and Technology Development and Agricultural Institutes, the objectives of the ARDTI program is to provide expert and needs-based agricultural research, development, and technology transfer affecting development objectives and natural resource management. The aim of the program will be to realize through consistent investment in knowledge acquisition and dissemination of information on research and technology development to clients, peers, and scientific community. The department has 6 research stations that serve as a base for primary agricultural research. Through the research infrastructure support, the department will ensure that management and maintenance of research infrastructure facilities for the line function to perform research and technology transfer functions. The research and technology development and structured agricultural training programs have achieved 100% on their planned target in this quarter. On agricultural economics services program, the purpose of the program is to provide timely and relevant agricultural economic services to ensure equitable participation in the economy. These include collecting and processing economic and statistical information on the performance of the agricultural sector in order to inform planning and decision making. Furthermore, this sub-program facilitates agro-processing initiatives to ensure participation in the value chain. In this quarter, the sub-program achieved 60% against its planned target. Corrective measures will be put in place to ensure that the sub-program catches up on areas of underperformance. On program 3, which is rural development, the purpose of the rural development program is to ensure continuous improvement of the sustainable rural livelihood through the coordination of integrated rural development services and facilitation of rural enterprises and industrial development. The branch has recently added RASET amongst its key programs to assist connect farmers to make sure that there is produce and their produce and their them income. The Rural Development Coordination Program aims to ensure the effective rural development coordination, monitoring, and evaluation structures are established across all 3 spheres of government. The program spearheads a number of new initiatives, such as recruiting unemployed agricultural graduates in KwaZulu-Natal, mentorship of farmers, social facilitation, and establishment of parks across the province. In Q1, the program has achieved 67% of their targets. Honorable Speaker, the department achieved 82% overall performance against the planned target for Q1. On the overview of the performance in the department, on Program 1, Honorable Speaker, we targeted 9, we achieved 8, thus resulting on 89%. On Program 2, which is agricultural development services, our target was 37, we achieved 30, and that translated to 81%. On Program 3, which is rural development, our target was 3, we achieved 2, that translated to 67%. Our overall performance, we targeted 49, we achieved 40, that's translated to 82%. Honorable Speaker and members, we believe that the department has done relatively well and will strive to improve on areas where we have not performed to our expected level. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Zuma. The next item is item 8.2, which is the report by the member of the Executive Council responsible for economic development, tourism and environmental affairs, vote for, on the department's performance against its annual performance plans in line with Standing Rule 113. I therefore call upon the Leader of Government Business, the Honorable MEC Armstrong Duma, to the podium.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for affording us this opportunity. Greetings to your good self and the entire executive members who are present, the Premier as well, and the honorable members. Greetings this morning. Madam Speaker, we want to start by thanking the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Nomusa Kamgile Dube-Ncube, for bestowing us on a responsibility to lead the department, which is not only critical for turning the economic fortunes of this province, but is an engine that should drive prosperity in this province. This is a challenge which is not only daunting, but humbling and fulfilling, Honorable Speaker. However, it is a responsibility that we carry with necessary zeal and fortitude, for we understand that the future of our province rests on how well we contribute as a department. Honorable members, we understand that the terrain in which we operate has completely changed, and as a result, we need to adopt new approaches to ensure that in the medium to long term, we are able to respond to the identified triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. In order to deal with these challenges, we understand that the eyes of the people of our province are rightfully trained on what department does to build an economy that creates opportunities for all. On Program 1, Honorable Speaker, administration in a department is the backbone that ensures the department delivers on all its constitutional mandates. The purpose of this program is to manage the organizational resources in an efficient manner and provide support to the department. Program 1 had a total of 14 planned indicators. In the quarter under the review, the department was able to achieve 11 indicators out of those. The department is committed to good governance, accountability. We continue to emphasize the fundamental importance to exercise vigilance to ensure adherence to good governance standard. To this effect, the department achieved a clean audit finding in this financial year. The department is also striving towards improving local government support through local government capacity building interventions. The local government should ensure the provision of service to communities in a sustainable manner. This provision implies that the local government should strive to provide services sustainable to the communities. This should be done within the limitations of resources and ever increasing challenges communities are faced with. And we are mindful, Honorable Speaker, that clean audit does not necessarily imply that our people have suddenly got everything. It means we must push more economically and address all the imbalance of the past. We thought that we should be emphatic on that point. Speaker, as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have prioritized initiatives that address the unequal economic and social position of women. The percentage of females recruited at the senior management staff level is currently at 42% against the planned target of 50%. During reporting quarter, the target was not achieved. The department experienced a delay in SMS recruitment in the latter part of the year. SMS posts have been recently advertised and are expected to be filled in during the first quarter of 23-24. Going forward, females will be prioritized in all new posts approved for the department. Honorable Speaker, people living with disabilities still experience difficulty in accessing employment opportunities and therefore experience high unemployment levels. Going forward, will intensify the recruitment of persons living with disability. In addressing the issue, there are identified posts that have been ring-fenced specific to be filled with persons living with disability in the current financial year. Program 2, Integrated Economic Development Services. Honorable Speaker, allow me to shift my focus and report on the performance of Program 2. During the reporting year, we strengthen our efforts to advance economic growth and job creation initiatives to prioritize socially disadvantaged individuals and groups through enterprise development, economic development, regional and local economic development. The department is making great inroads in supporting financially viable small enterprise, which is why you saw us crisscrossing the entire province and township in rural areas, also exhibiting all our entities that we have and what our people can also benefit from. The business rescue application and the implementation of Operation Vula post-disbursement support had an impact on the increased number of businesses that sought support from the department. A total of 787 jobs were created by small enterprise funded through Operation Vula. This is a testament that we are unambiguous in deracializing the economy of KwaZulu-Natal to reflect the demographics of our province, the majority of whom are Black, women, and young people. During the reporting year, we have upped the ante in increasing interventions aimed at reducing red tape in municipality. A total of 8 municipalities benefited from the red tape reduction program. Program 3, Trade and Sector Development. Honorable Speaker, will continue to stimulate economic growth through the promotion of trade and investment in priority economic sectors and the implementation of strategic initiatives to advance industrial development. The KwaZulu-Natal government intervened to upgrade regional airports infrastructure after realizing that the majority of KwaZulu-Natal municipal airports have been neglected for the past 20 years. A total of 38 jobs were created at Pietermaritzburg Airport. This is part of department inclusive and transform economic initiatives. In an attempt to boost the economic export trajectory, the department is proud to have supported 15 KZN companies for export development and market access. SMMEs becomes the main role players in local economic development as they create an opportune policy environment to facilitate SMMEs activities by creating employment opportunities in various sectors of the economy. Honorable Speaker, I can also confirm that the department provided training and mentorship to 254 people in agro-processing, creative industries, and business processing outsourcing in this province. Program 4, Business Regulation and Governance. Honorable members, we are committed to promoting a safe consumer environment. During 22-23 financial year, we strengthen our efforts to guide consumers to acquire knowledge and skills and link financial year. We strengthen our efforts to guide consumers to acquire knowledge and skills and link them with appropriate consumer behavior. We implemented 1,553 consumer educational programs across the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Furthermore, 411 business inspections to ensure that business were compliant. Program 5 on economic planning. During the reporting year, the department formulated 3 economic strategies. Market airport strategy was concluded as part of infrastructure improvement to its terminal building to guide future development. As part of this commitment, improving research and innovation, the department continues to encourage business to be innovative and developing technology research that is viable and can be commercialized. In this year, financial year, the 3 companies were supported through Moses Kotane Institute, and we are glad, Honorable Speaker, just to announce that UMESETA has allocated the amount of 202 million, which will assist in training of our youth and paying outstanding fees of students of UKZN, Zululand, DUT, and MUT. Respectively, this will further almost create new 10,000 temporal jobs opportunity for our youth. I'm pleased to announce that the department has been diligently working towards rebuilding the region's tourism industry with an aim of restoring to its full potential and former glory. We are beginning to see positive results from our destination marketing efforts. In last financial year, 162 tourist guides were accredited in line with Tourism Act 3 of 2014. Our focus on this area has always been embedded to the understanding and knowledge of the relevance of our province as a tourism destination. Last year, we undertook a brand tracker study, which was aimed at measuring the KZN brand building efforts against key metrics such as brand awareness and perception. We are clear that we have not done a great job when it comes to this. We hope to be improving using these yardsticks. I'm happy to confirm that the outcome of this exercise demonstrated that there is still an appetite for travelers who choose our province as their preferred tourism destination. As part of our commitment of improving tourism sector in all corners of the province, during the reporting year, we placed 100 tourism graduates in various municipalities across the province. Unfortunately, some of the municipalities have not even given them the computers or the desk or the space to operate, which is critical because they have been trained by this government. On Program 7, Environmental Management, that for most Program 7, Honorable Speaker, our purpose is mainly to promote environmental sustainable development and climate resilience in the province. We have been providing environmental service using a decentralized model for more than 10 years. During the quarter under review, we were able to achieve 100% of all planned targets for Program 7. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, let me quote Martin Luther, one of the civil activist movement: those who are in front, and I quote, those who are in front will always remain in front, or the man at the back must run faster than the man in front. We remain steadfast in our resolve to extricate the citizens of this province from the bondage of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We are very clear that each and every person has a role to play in growing the economy of this province. We do not subscribe to the view that they are providers and passive recipients. We are all capable partners with distinct roles and responsibility in the struggle to attain radical economic transformation in our lifetime. Thereby, economic participation, the journey begins by strengthening local economies and ensuring that they are integrated into the mainstream economy. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Duma. The next item is item number 8.3, the report by the MEC responsible for education, vote 5 on the department's performance against its annual performance plans in line with Standing Rule 113. I therefore call upon the Honorable MEC Cleopatra Fraser to take the podium.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members, I greet you all. Honorable Speaker, allow me to start by borrowing from the 7th Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Kofi Annan, who described education as a social development investment that yields high returns for the nation and its people. He further added, I quote, "When people are able to access education, they can break free of the cycle of poverty and contribute to building a fair and a more peaceful society," unquote. Honorable members, the outcome of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education are aimed at preparing our learners to become skilled and competent for socio-economic emancipation as per the commitment of the African National Congress-led government to ensure that every child has access to empowering human rights, which is education. The provision of resources, facilities, and curriculum services have improved our throughout rate and quality of passes as reflected both in internal and external assessments. The improvement in teaching, curriculum modernization, and assessments are contributing towards the employability of our learners. On Program 1, Administration in any department is the backbone that ensures the department delivers on all its constitutional mandates in accordance with the National Education Policy Act, the Public Finance Management Act, and other policies. In the quest to automate many of our working systems in the department, we have decided to do away with archaic way of doing things in order to improve on efficient and effectiveness. During the financial 2023-2024, the department has remained committed to minimizing spending pressures on non-personnel items in order to support subsectors of education such as public ordinary schools, special schools, and independent schools. Moreover, Chair, the department is continuing to provide additional resources with the aim of fast-tracking online connectivity. This is evident in the fact that 5,814 schools are conducted electronically via emails as part of ensuring a seamless system of communication. Additionally, 5,814 public schools are using the South African Schools Administration and Management Systems, which is SAMS, or any alternative electronic solution to provide data. On youth employment initiatives, honorable members, aligned with the commitment of the ANC-led government to address poverty, unemployment, and equality, I am pleased to report another successful implementation of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative by the department. For the fourth phase of the PYEI, we were able to appoint 58,500 job education assistants who are currently deployed in various schools across KZN. Furthermore, 725 youth have been placed in internship programs within the department. 56 Funza Lushaka bursary holders have been placed in schools within 6 months upon completion of studies or upon confirmation that the bursar has completed studies. A total of 750 learner support agents have also been appointed to implement care and support intervention for learners. On Program 2, this year we have upped the ante in the implementation of the Provincial Academic Improvement Plan to ensure that all curriculum support related issues are attended to with vigor and enthusiasm never been seen before. Important matters are addressed, such as setting of metric performance targets, improving basic district and school functionality and productivity, quality curriculum delivery and learner attainment, promotion of reading for meaning, as well as special focus on learners with special educational needs and early childhood development support. The department can confirm that 250 schools have been identified for closure and mega due to low enrollment numbers. 79 out of 252 schools are Section 14 schools. 137 are public ordinary schools, and the department resolved to repurpose 36 of the 252 schools for alternative use by the department. The schools identified for repurpose will be used as focus schools, which include schools of skills, technical, special mathematics, and science schools. The department has been approached by the private sector, NGOs, as well as the Department of Higher Education for permission to use some of the closed schools. On social security programs, honorable members, the number of schools that are benefiting from the school's social security programs, such as the Learner Transportation Program and the NSNP and No Fee School Policy in the 2023-2024 financial year, is testimony to our ANC-led government's commitment to poverty alleviation and improved access. More than 2.4 million learners are benefiting from the NSNP, and those that are benefiting from the no-fee schools are totaling to more than 2.1 million. KwaZulu-Natal has over 70,000 learners who are benefiting from government's learner transport. The number of those qualifying is definitely higher. However, financial constraints has left the department unable to provide transportation to all of them. On quality learning and teaching campaign, following the relaunch of the QLTC in all 12 districts late in the previous financial year, CMCs, circuits, and schools also launched the QLTCs. The relaunches were meant to mobilize various stakeholders, including communities and traditional leadership, to come on board and contribute to the delivery of quality education in schools across the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Due to its significant importance, the QLTC has been put in the agenda of the Provincial Education Labour Relations Council. Up to this point, we are satisfied with the work of the QLTC task team, which looks at issues to do with quality learning and teaching, as well as school safety. Honorable Chair, on the ELITS, Madam Speaker, as part of the province's commitment in improving literacy and reading for meaning, the department has provided 33 schools with multimedia resources and aims to complete provisioning 220 schools by the end of the financial year. Reading clubs are being established in schools across the province as part of our continuous efforts to promote reading. On math, science and technology, Honorable Chair, our focus on this area has always been embedded on the understanding and knowledge of the ideals of the National Development Plan 2030, which sets specific targets that we must have met by 2030 towards realizing quality education. As such, Honorable Chair, we have established focused schools that specializes in gateway subjects such as mathematics, science, and technology as part of meeting this target. In this regard, we continue to ensure that 2 of the already established schools, which is Mandla Mthethwa School of Excellence in Ndumo under Umkhanyakude district, as well as the Anton Lembede Mathematics, Science and Technology Academy in La Mesia under the Pinetown district, continue to be fully resourced. The department is currently in the process of establishing an ICT School of Excellence in Amajuba district. This will be KwaZulu-Natal's 4th focus school, and it will equip our learners with the necessary digital skills and expose them to the 4th industrial revolution, which is the next frontier of economic development. Honorable members, in partnership with MTN, we have set up an e-education platform to develop and promote the use of an effective virtual platform that will provide the learners access to curriculum alignment, educational content for grade R to grade 12. State-of-the-art multimedia centers worth a total cost of about 6 million were recently launched at 3 schools, which are the SDS schools for severe intellectual disability, autism, and behavioral in Phoenix, VN Nike School for the Deaf Hearing Impairment in Inanda, Daydon Training Center for Intellectual Disability in Newlands. On Program 3, Independent Schools, funding for qualifying learners and independent schools ensures that the department is providing access to quality education so that the youth is better prepared for further learning and the world of work. During the reporting period, the department has 43% registered independent schools receiving subsidies to further contribute to enhancing the teaching and learning environment. These schools are monitored both administration and curriculum delivery. On Program 4, on public special schools education, Honorable Speaker, over the past few years, our department has taken a decision to focus our energies on the improvement of our special schools. We are continuing to invest in the building of new schools and upgrading existing ones as part of ensuring that we provide a safe and conducive environment for accessible, quality, and inclusive teaching and learning to take place. In the province, there are 75 public special schools, 102 full-service schools, 60 special care centers, and 24 inclusive schools that support learners with special education needs. There are 188 therapists, specialist staff in public special schools. In order to realize the outcome, I quote, youth better prepared for further learning and world of work, unquote. The department has beefed up attempts to increase enrollment of learners with disabilities in appropriate formal education programs. This is evident in the enrollment of 20,761 learners in public special schools against a target of 20,800 to date. For the first quarter of 2023-2024, a total of 760 teachers have been trained on screening, identification, assessment, and support policy from the 2,500 targeted for this financial year. Furthermore, 276 educators are employed in public special schools from the 1,916 targeted for 2023-2024 financial year. 8 schools of skills are implementing the GEC technical occupation qualification, which is NQF level 1. Learners that exit this program are prepared for the world of work aligned to NQF level 1. A total of 682 learners with disability graduated through schools of skills in 2022. On early childhood development, Madam Speaker, our ANC-led government recognizes strong foundational skills are important in ensuring that the youth is better prepared for further learning and the world of work. That is why this government continues to invest in the early childhood development sector as part of ensuring that all children acquire basic concepts, skills, and attitude required successfully learning and development prior to entering the schooling system. To this end, the department reports that 3,404 fully registered ECD centers in this province. The department also has 4,082 public schools offering grade R, with 5,339 grade R practitioners being employed in public ordinary schools. About 177,000 learners are accessing registered ECD centers across KZN. ECD centers are continuously monitored for compliance issues and curriculum delivery with the aim of addressing challenges and providing timely interventions. To ensure that we have competent cohort of educators with the requisite skills for curriculum delivery and assessment in a changing world, the department provided educator development and support as follows by the end of the first quarter in 2023-2024. 2,031 foundation phase educators were trained in reading methodology. 2,066 were trained in numeracy content and methodology. 2,493 were trained in mathematics content and methodology. 3,570 were also trained in language content and methodology. On the infrastructure development, Honorable Speaker, the department has made significant investments in building new schools and upgrading existing ones, in line with our mission to create a safe and conducive learning. The department remains committed to ensuring the health, safety, and dignity of learners and has continued its efforts to eradicate pit latrines in schools. To date, 1,240 of the 1,377 initially identified schools have been eradicated of pit latrines. About 83 schools are under construction and the remaining 54 schools were either closed or deemed non-viable. Mobile toilets were provided to non-viable schools while the enrollment at these schools is being monitored. Madam Speaker, the following infrastructure projects were delivered in the first quarter. 150 public schools were provided with water infrastructure. 13 public schools were provided with electricity infrastructure. 60 public schools were supplied with sanitation facilities. 124 public schools had scheduled maintenance projects completed. 3 infrastructure programs targeted the empowerment of women, youth, and people with disability. On Program 7, examinations and education-related services, honorable members, during this financial year, the department is implementing dedicated interventions on foundational knowledge across all grades in order to improve on the pass rate and quality of results. The class of 2023 is a cohort that faced significant challenges during their academic journey. In 2020 and 2021, while they were in grade 10 and grade 11 respectively, they were exposed to the disruptions effect of COVID-19. Moreover, they had to endure the unsettling event of the 2021 July unrest and the several storms that battered KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in our pursuit of academic excellence, we have set ambition targets for each subject. The aim is to achieve no less than 75% in all gateway subjects. And for those subjects where learners already performed at 75% and above, we are striving for a 5% increase. As for languages and smaller practical subjects, our ultimate goal is to achieve a pass rate of 100%. As we conclude, looking ahead of our strategic focus over medium to long-term period remains centered on improving access to quality education and ensuring that our learners are equipped with the knowledge and skills they need to succeed in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. We will continue to prioritize initiatives that promote equity and inclusivity in education, as well as invest in technology and infrastructure to support digital literacy. We will prioritize the development of our human resources, which includes recruiting and training a qualified workforce, as well as providing ongoing professional development opportunities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable MEC Fraser. We now move to item 8.4 on the order paper, which is the report by the MEC responsible for finance. Vote 6 on the department's performance, its annual performance plans in line with Standing Rule 113. We have earlier on tabled the apology for Honorable Nkonyeni, but in line with the standing rules of the House, Honorable Nkonyeni has requested Honorable Mbalenhle Cleopatra Fraser to stand in and table the report on her behalf. MEC Fraser, usungu MEC Finance, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Members of this House, Provincial Treasury Management, led by the Head of Department, Ms. Carol Kutsi Sanibona. Honorable Speaker, occasions such as this are highly valued by myself and the entire management team of the Provincial Treasury because they provide us with an opportunity to account on how this vote is responding to the needs of our communities. Treasury is indeed a cornerstone of effective service delivery. As such, when this vote is operative, the entire provincial government machinery is grinding. Our appearance before this reputable house is not only to account by also to be guided on our blind spot and be empowered by people who understand the business of this vote. I am humbled by wise counseling that I enjoy, which always makes our engagement a moment to look forward to. Honorable Speaker, we meet during a month of our international icon, Dr. Madiba, who taught us to be courageous even in moments of despair, with the hope of a rainbow. I quote, I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it, unquote. Our economy continues ailing with consequential budget cuts that constrains service delivery. We must therefore make our rent go an extra mile by doing more with less. Honorable Speaker, you will recall that we tabled the revised annual performance plan that sought to ensure that we do not only ensure sound financial governance in the province, but that we make a dent on the triple challenges of poverty, equity, and unemployment. The departmental's APP for 2023-2024 demands that measures of departmental performance are impact orientated. We could have been a little bit ambitious, but we'll tell. We are still reporting on 5 programs as follows. Program 1, Administration, with CFO's Office and Human Resources Management being measured at APP level. Program 2, Sustainable Resources Management. Program 3, Financial Governance. Program 4, Provincial Internal Audit Services. And Program 5, Municipal Finance. Honorable members, this performance review covers the very first month of the financial year, the 1st of April 2023 to June 2023. We are reporting an overall performance of 80%, which administration achieving 33.3%, fiscal resources management 100%, financial government 90%, provincial internal audit 75%, and municipal finance management at 100%. This is by far not representing the departmental normal performance, which is normal above 90%. A shift in the creation of impact and being more responsive has contributed to this assessment. We are, however, not alarmed, that rather appreciative that the end goal is greater than little wins. Honorable members, the issues of equality as fundamental human rights are not taken little by government, and the department is expected to respond. We have a target of 80% of procurement awarded to targeted groups. We have achieved the 68%, which is relatively higher than the national norm, but we are determined to make an impact. Our commitment to support the SMMEs and ensuring that they receive their payment within 30 days of submitting valid invoices cannot be played down. We achieved a 99% with one invoice that was erroneously omitted, not processed. We shall ensure that we don't let our guards down. Officials responsible have been cautioned as one struggling SMME is one too many. We continuously remind staff in my department that we have both a direct and indirect responsibility to ensure that communities get services. Vote 6 has its own targets and transversal business units that support departments, public entities, and municipalities have their specific targets. Madam Speaker, that battle against gender-based violence and femicide is far from being won. Officials in white collars are not immune to such. I have committed not to limit empowerment to communities, but also officials who feel so embarrassed to seek help on their own. We have exceeded our targets in this regard and will continue to create safe spaces for our women, girls, as well as our male counterparts. Today, my department is hosting Men in the Making workshop where 24 boys are going to be empowered on how to treat girls and women in general. IsiZulu sithi, libunjwa liseva. Honorable members, we are on target on all of our target for sustainable resources management as we are reporting 100%. Financial governance has one target that was not achieved, hence a 90% achievement. This was a system error when a measurement of mean time to resolve transversal systems calls being bus and biometrics included normal IT desktop and connectivity calls. This is being corrected where only trained system controllers will log call to treasury. Honorable members, even though some bigger departments have opted to have their own internal audit as resolved, most of them are not ready to take up the important function. They are in an event as many that we still support. We set different targets for full scope audit as well as follow-up audits. Our report of 75% was due to department's request for follow-up audits to be deferred. This work is not lost and will continue in the following quarter to check up. Madam Speaker, at the sitting of this House last year, I presented a review of municipalities' performance as at 30 June 2022, where I voiced my concerns about financial performance of most municipalities. We continue to provide support with new technical challenges each time. I will update this House about my concerns and plans to deal with one of the municipalities where our support has not been welcomed. We have, however, recorded 100% on all of our planned targets for Program 5. Madam Speaker, I now table before this House the Quarter 1 Vote 6 Performance Information Report. I sincerely thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser, for your report on behalf of the MEC for Finance. We will now move to the item number 8.5 on the order paper, which is a debate on the report of the Portfolio Committee on Health on the 2022 Health Functionality Monitoring Program that took place on the 5th to the 6th of October 2022. I will now call upon the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable N.R. Majola, to table the report on behalf of the committee for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first 5 years of democracy in South Africa, 1994 to 1999, saw major health system restructuring. Significant changes included the amalgamation of the 14 previously racially divided health departments into one national health system, the removal of user fees for primary health care, and removal of all fees, including the pregnant women and children under the age of 6 years in public sector. Key policy documents, in particular, the white paper for the transformation of the health system in South Africa, subscribed to both the primary healthcare approach and the development of the district health system. The aim of this health functionality was to monitor the primary healthcare re-engineering programs and their impact in supporting a preventive and health promoting community-based primary healthcare health services. The question that we needed to answer was, are primary healthcare re-engineering programs responding to the needs of communities as it is enshrined in the primary healthcare engineering strategy? Above all, this policy implementation and compliance were at the center of this health functionality program. To achieve this, a sample of 59 fixed primary healthcare facilities were visited. This was out of the 590 fixed clinics and 23 community health centers, that is the CHCs, in the province. Representation sample was therefore 10.3% to be exact. This is the indication that the Health Portfolio Committee is committed in improving lives of people in KwaZulu-Natal. Asidlali ngempilo zabantu, one death is too many. Indicators that were used to assess these primary healthcare facilities were the national health insurance programs, adequate human resources, adequate equipment and tools, adequate training, infrastructure, leadership and governance, and compliance with the policies and procedures. It was encouraging to see that all clinics visited had visiting hours for contracted doctors, and that these doctors were said to be visiting on scheduled times and some working overtime on these facilities. Contracting healthcare providers to render services is an essential step in strengthening primary healthcare and ensuring integrated services. It must be noted, operational managers reported that having contracted doctors visiting their facilities addresses health needs of the population, improve access and reduce the burden of disease. Private doctors are contracted on a yearly basis, that was noted, through legal service contracts and session contracts. In 2022-23 financial year, a total budget of 51,614, I want to know these numbers, but it's 51,614,000. Then a person who is financially pro will assist me, was allocated for health practitioners for contracting, while 119 NHI general practitioners were contracted in the second quarter of the 2022-23 financial year. Community health worker relationships with the clinics were reported good and allow for smooth referral from the community clinics and to follow up. Patients identified in the community requiring healthcare are referred to the clinic and seen on arrival. Having said that, it must be noted, though, that there were noted gaps in the functioning of outreach teams. A major challenge reported in almost all facilities was an issue of human resources. To mention a few, human resources are key in the success of primary healthcare engineering. It does for this reason that we urge the department within its limited budget to consider strengthening of the human resources in this area. But we are happy to mention that as much as we had during COVID-19 contracted some of the nurses as well as the domestic workers, all those ones that have been contracted there, it has reported that they are all now appointed as permanent on permanent basis. Vehicles in some districts were also reported as a major hindrance in executing outreach programs, and as such, the department is advised to relook at the availability of allocation of outreach team vehicles, including service providers that repair these, as they have also an impact in turnaround time for the maintenance and repairs. When we talk on human resources, in terms of primary health care, human resources, like in any other level of care, human resources are not adequate to serve facility catchment population. This is mostly identified within the category of professional nurses that are a scarce resource in all areas of healthcare. We acknowledge the strides that the department has made in improving the service. It is unfortunate that shortage of professional nurses continues to have a great impact in the provision of healthcare, especially in primary healthcare level. Lest we forget the impact of COVID-19, which crippled our public healthcare system, which was already under strain. Losing lives of many health professionals crippled our health system. The department is commended, though, for undisputed efforts of increasing the number of human resources in our facilities using what is called the COVID-19 contract workers. The department is thus encouraged to continue working hard to increase the number of nurses in the primary healthcare level. This is to ensure that healthcare is extended to rural and marginalized population who we find it difficult to access services at facilities because of their physical location. Under training, the National Development Plan 2030 states that households must have access to a well-trained community-based healthcare worker. The plan describes the important role that community health workers can and should play to address social determinants of health through health education and prompt referral to health and other services. It's encouraging to hear the department reporting that in the second quarter of 22-23 financial year, a total of 2,807 females and 817 males from the various districts participated in various training programs covering different topics. A standardized and accredited curriculum for comprehensive community health workers was approved nationally and is being implemented through a decentralized finalise training program. Infrastructure, the healthcare sector is heavily dependent on good quality infrastructure. Poor infrastructure limits the extent of health services that can be provided to communities. It is for this reason that the department would often provide temporal structures to ensure provision of comprehensive package of services. Though these assist in ensuring that the services provided, some are not ideal for the kind of services offered. We note water changes in various districts, especially Ugu, Umkhanyakude, and Zululand. We also note that to alleviate this challenge in various primary healthcare facilities across the province, the department has a project of 72 standby water tank installation program. A total of 155 water tanks with an estimated value of 84 million was placed on the plan for 2020-2021 and 21-22. 49 units were installed and commissioned. There are, however, facilities with serious challenges in terms of water supply. The department must provide a plan on how this challenge would be mitigated. It was then. Currently, all those issues have been covered. Electricity is necessary for the operation of critically needed medical devices, such as vaccine refrigerations, surgical emergency, laboratory, and diagnostic equipment. This also applies to the operation of basic amenities, such as lighting, cooling, ventilation, and communication. Electricity is also essential for clean water supply. Load shedding is an unplanned emergency that is affecting operation in any healthcare setting. The department must continue to pursue alternative methods to energy supply, and we take cognizance of backup generators installed in some primary healthcare facilities and request that the process be accelerated. In leadership and governance, the National Health Act mandates provincial government to establish appropriate governance structures, such as district councils and clinic committees. This is to ensure that communities engage meaningfully with the health sector through formal and informal mechanisms of participation and enhanced community-based services. It is therefore important for clinics to appoint clinic committees. Lack of these pose a challenge in terms of ensuring the engagement of communities meaningfully. The department must speed up the process of appointing these committees. Yes, it was then because it was in 2022. Most of the institutions now have got these structures in place. In conclusion, re-engineering primary health care aim is to support a preventive and health promoting community-based primary healthcare model. All the parties adopted the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Majola. The next speaker for 8 minutes on behalf of the ANC is Honorable NPF Mavuso.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members, I greet you all. Honorable Speaker, it was at the ANC's 54th National Conference where we committed ourselves to positioning health to be the backbone of the people's well-being. That service delivery, including proper health care, goes to our people against the apartheid regime, whose sole objective was segregation. The apartheid regime that ensured that people's hospitals are underfunded and understaffed, amongst the other injustices. In her 2023-2024 budget policy statement, MEC for Health, Honorable Nomagugu Simelane, stated that healthcare is indeed one of the ANC-led government's objectives, and due to this, more families now have access to basic health care, and it is through this that our people have facilities and a department that is decisive in giving them the necessary healthcare system to access their fundamental rights. Honorable Speaker, it is in post-1994 where the department established regions which aimed at restructuring 14 different departments that were offering primary health care into a single department called Department of Health. It's around the year 2000 that districts were formally established, which accelerated growth in the primary health care, and the legislation that was supporting district healthcare system was promulgated. Sub-districts that are aligned to local municipalities have been developed. The ANC acknowledges, Honourable Speaker, that more work still needs to be done in this aspect. Honourable Speaker, it is worth noting that there is improved access to health facilities through the ANC, ensuring massive expansion of health infrastructure by building new clinics. In the big PHCs, operation hours have been extended to 24 hours. There is increased number of community health care centers which provide a higher service package than the clinics. There is increased number of mobile teams and mobile stopping points. There is also introduction of centralized chronic medicine dispensing and distribution called CCMDDs. The total number of registered clients into the CMDDs program grew by 66% in the past 3 years, with KwaZulu-Natal achieving 98% of the set national target by March 2023 and managing to enroll 25% of the entire national uptake. There is improved immunization coverage for under 5 years. And the management of HIV and AIDS was introduced at primary health care centers, which led to the improvement of PMTCT programs. The enrollment of more clients and reduction of new infections is also undertaken. Management of TB was introduced at community-based level. Increased PHC headcount and headcount for under 5 years is done. The movement of program management from vertical to a comprehensive approach, and the province further introduced an intersectoral approach, which is known as Operation Sukumasake. On PHC re-engineering, Honourable Speaker, the department has ensured availability of expanded school health program. The department has intensified community-based services through introduction of ward-based PHC outreach teams. There is improved medical coverage at PHCs, contracting of health professionals, including general practitioners, to cover PHC facilities. The appointment of district clinical specialists, piloted NHI in 3 districts, and that the department is currently piloting contracting of PHC units and healthcare financing. Honourable Speaker, communities experiencing quality improved programs. The department has ensured introduction of quality assurance and infection prevention and control coordinators in hospitals and district offices. On leadership and governance, Honourable Speaker, there is policy change on the recruitment of CEOs, particularly on the recruitment requirements for the department to appoint suitable candidates. The department is implementing policy on classification of hospitals according to their bed sizes. There is capacity development for leadership and management in the following programs like Oliver Tambo Executive Leadership, Albertina Sisulu Executive Leadership on Health, and orientation and the induction of CEOs, and the introduction of governance structures in hospitals like hospital boards and clinic committees. Honourable Speaker, indeed we embrace Amika Cabral's timeless advice when he says, I quote, hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies when they are told, mask not difficulties, mistakes, failures, claim no easy victories, unquote. It is against this code, Honourable Speaker, that as the ANC, we are indicating that there is outstanding work that needs to be addressed, which includes the connectivity at PHC facilities, limited budget to sustain programs like community-based teams and district clinical specialist teams, the infrastructure issues and improper implementation of e-health. Therefore, politics of expediency, opportunism and exaggeration frequently belittle the accomplishments that our province has made, but this ANC-led government will continue to prosper and lead the province to the position of glory despite despicable attempts of our critics. Malibongwe, siyabonga.
Honorable Kaula, I thought you were calling my father by his first name. The next speaker for 5 minutes is the Honorable NJ Ngwanyana of the IFP.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to Honorable V.F. Hlabisa, a leader of the opposition in his absentia. Greetings of all the members in the House. The 2022 Health Institutions Functionality Monitoring Program was held in Amajuba District on the 5th to 6th October 2022. In terms of the 2022 Health Functionality Program, a total of 59 primary health care facilities in the province. The purpose of the study is to investigate the functionality of primary health care facilities with a special focus on the performance of outreach teams, infrastructure, human resources, adequate medicine, and suppliers, good administrative processes, and sufficient bulk supplies that use applicable clinical policies, protocol, guidelines, as well as NHI programs. Next time, this program must include Phoenix and Fort Napier mortuaries, as they have been in news for wrong reasons due to the failure by the department to attend to poor working conditions. KZN's healthcare system has been battling various issues, including the low number of institutions and less than adequate human resources for quite a while now. There is a need to make people and processes in the healthcare sector more accountable. For that, greater operational transparency needs to be brought in urgently. The IP is of the view that our healthcare system needs a complete overhaul if we are serious about delivering good healthcare to our people. We need substantial change, not just tinkering at the edges and fooling ourselves that we are making a progress. The review should detail radical reforms that will be required to move us from where we are now. The reforms that I speak about must be inclusive of infrastructure, personnel, and material supply reforms. The report revealed that more still needs to be done to address the challenges that are plaguing our healthcare facilities. Some healthcare facilities are faced with staff shortages. It is an undisputed 10% of households rely on the public. Additionally, is experiencing a shortage of medical staff in relation to the increasing size of the population. The 2022-23 APP shows that the number of professional nurses per the population of 100,000 is 152.5. This proportion represents 17,816 professional nurses and medical practitioners per 100,000 people, servicing a population of 11,583 million. Of 533 million. The total population in KZN is served by an average of 3,234 medical doctors. The number represents approximately 27.4% of the required proportion of required health professionals. According to the department, there is also an estimated funding gap to fill. Critical vacant posts amount to 2.5 billion. An example of this was seen in Rosary Clinic, where there are not enough nurses to span the 24 hours operation format. Currently, there is a shortage of 4 clinical nurse practitioners, CPNs, 1 enrollment nurse. And this is, again, leads to apparent dissatisfaction and fatigue among the nurses currently serving at the facility. Also, in eThekwini, some units has over 25% vacancy rate. The other issues of great concern are lack of operation managers in areas such as Ugu and Herigwala districts. The filling of vacant posts must be addressed and be expedited. As more as people use healthcare facilities, it is only sensible that health system will have to be better equipped and will need more capacity to serve more people. Unfortunately, the investment in health infrastructure does not reflect this, putting into question whether quality healthcare all will be achieved. Questioning whether quality healthcare for all will be achieved in our lifetime. But this is worth noting that during 2023-24 financial year, there are allocations made available which are directed into infrastructure as the department plans to spend 8.6 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework on infrastructure. Amajuba District reported that the department last commissioned a new facility in 2013. As such, the growth in population, vice versa, the number of facilities built paints an uneven picture. This means that departments are unable to make up with the growth of population. Thank you, Somlomo. Yatogos.
The next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable P.P. Harris of the EFF. Hello.
Greetings, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. On the health debates, the given budget allocation of 62% for compensation of employees for the vacancy rate is above 10%, which is not in line with the National Cabinet resolution that the vacancy rate in each category should be below 10%. With the department reports and challenges in the recruitment on professional nurses who are a backbone of primary healthcare services with each district. Report outline vacancy rate and areas with gaps in the health professional as on March 2022. Noting the vacancy of a district director with its closing date extended, the course coordinator and the KZN College vacancy amended, and the emergency medical service vacancy amended with the closing date extended. Within the department, inadequate nursing staff in primary healthcare will always have a bad impact on the waiting time due to shortage of staff. It's straining in the functionality of a healthcare facility not to have an operational manager. This will always create lack of accountability. Hence, one who is appointed to act as the operation manager in his acting position, this will continually ending up on neglecting their own duties, which adds to overload. The fraternity in KZN healthcare is that medical equipment is managed through the health technical unit. Experience bottlenecks in procuring new medical equipment due to slow procurement. This should be changed effectively for ease of delivery of service in procurement. There should be a way of drawing males to be part of the identified training programs, as it's predominantly manned by females, as the knowledge given and shared in these training is crucially beneficial for both males and females. For infrastructure in PHC, infrastructural design should be a priority in all districts. The department is to match up with the growth of the population, such as in Amajuba district. There shouldn't be a long wait for a borehole to be constructed, especially if the department has promised to construct one, such as in Herigwala, along with the backup energy systems, such as in Ilembe and Mkanyagud. Ugu and Umzinyathi districts should no longer be compromised. Umzinyathi district under municipal clinics can't continue to share services such as sewer and electrical meters with municipal offices. The department is to ensure on monitoring expenditure against approved and allocated budgets. All healthcare facilities should have a functional clinic committee. The importance on compliance and compliance to policies and procedures should be outlined. Transgender and gender diverse individuals have long faced discrimination on multiple axes. Although South Africa ensures the protection of human rights in its constitution, gender-affirming care, accessing holistical gender-affirming healthcare is a need and a human right. TGD persons still face marginalized and threats to safety and have historically endured being undermined, condescended to pitied by healthcare system. The system should ensure that staff is capacitated to provide gender-affirming healthcare and create a welcoming and supporting physical environment. This far, there is no update on the preparations within the KZN's department to open its pop-up clinics and the training for the staff to date, unless it is implemented or is in the implementation stage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next member to take the podium is Honorable CM Shinga of the NFP for 2 minutes.
Somlomo, Honorable Blose, honorable members, the NFP recognizes and appreciates the provincial report of the 2022 health functionality, which visited 59 PHC facilities. Some facilities reported a lack of operational managers, resulting in a leadership vacuum, since the absence of an accounting manager prompted a lack of accountability, and that is unacceptable. We worried to note that someone would be appointed to fill the role of an OM in an acting capacity, and it was noted that those appointed in those roles neglect their own responsibilities while preoccupied with management responsibilities, further adding to the overload and burden on their fellow colleagues. Therefore, the NFP recommends permanent employment in these top management. There was a noteworthy lack of alignment in human resources to the services provided by most PHC institutions. There were very few facilities that reported having enough personnel. The NFP is pleased that the majority of facilities reported to have adequate equipment and tools. However, it was reported that in most facilities, there is a shortage in the IT equipment. eThekwini municipality, for instance, reported that most facilities have a shortage of data capturing equipment like computers. This is unacceptable because IT equipment has more effect on data collection of patients, such as patient information and history of illnesses, record keeping, reporting, and tracing. The department must supply the facilities with the IT equipment they require in order for them to operate efficiently and effectively. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next speaker for 8 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable J.N. Qele, Honorable Joyce Qele.
Ngiyabonga, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, ongekho phakathi kwethu, Honorable Members of Executive, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Members of Provincial Legislature, I greet you all. Ngifisa ukubonga ithuba somlomo lokuthi ngime la phakathi kwalendlu ukuba ngizokhuluma ngalolu daba lwezempilo olubaluleke kangaka esizweni sethu. Before ngikhulume kanjalo somlomo, ngifisa ukuba ngiqale ngibongele uphiko labesifazane be-African National Congress. Kulempela sonto sidlule kade lunenkongolo lapho kukhethwe khona ubuholi. Okubalulekile kakhulu ukuthi isithunzi sabesifazane, amalungelo nesithunzi sabesifazane phakathi kokunye somlomo ukuba sigqanyiswe, kufanele ukuba agqamise ukuthi abantu abesifazane bakhombisa ubuholi bezepolitiki ngokusebenzisana kwezinhlaka zabesifazane ePhalamende ngisho nasey'ndaweni ezinengxabano nezepolitiki, kodwa ufica abantu besifazane besebenzisana bona nokulwela izindaba zokulingana kobulili njengoqedwa kodlame olubhekiswe kubulili. Ilivu eyalelwe abantu besifazane ukuthi mengabe usukhulelwe ukwazi ukuthi uthole leyo livu, ukwazi nokuthi noba wekhaya athole leyo livu. Ukulingana kobulili, nokuqedwa kodlame olubhekiswe kubulili obufanayo, nokunye nje okuningi okwalwela ilabantu besifazane. So ngifisa ukuthi ngibabongele kakhulu ikhaza abazolibamba. Sengibuyela kwinkulumo mpikiswano yami somlomo. Umbiko wethulwe usihlalo wekomidi umhlonishwa noMagigi Majola. Uyisithombe sangempela futhi kuwuphawu lobukhulu lwenhlangano yethu ekhazimulayo. Uhulumeni wabantu ngaphezu kwalokho kusiza lesi sishayamithetho esigxile kubantu ukuthi senze umsebenzi waso okwengamela ngempumelelo ngokusobala ngaphandle kwezihibe, futhi ngalokhu kuqapha ngempumelelo kusobala ngaphandle senza isiqinisekiso ukuthi senza isigungu esiphezulu siphendule kungenxa yaleso sizathu siziqhenya ngokuthi kuhanjelwe izikhungo ze-PHC ezingama-50, which is 59, nesishagalolunye. 59 okungu-59 okuyinto amaqembu ephikisayo azoyiphikisa ngoba eyabo iwukuchitha isikhathi ngaphandle kwesizathu sokuyisa isifundazweni sethu phambili. Umongameli wangaphambilini we-African National Congress, ubaba uNelson Mandela, owaphinde waba umongameli wezwe, ngifisa ukumcaphula lapho ethi, after climbing a great hill, one only find that there are many more hills to climb. Isimemezelo esenziwe ngumqondisi jikelele uDG we-World Health Organization, uDokotela uTedros, ngomhla ka-4 kuMeyi 2023, sibhekiswe eqinisweni lokuthi manje selikhuphuke ngempumelelo igquma elikhulu le-COVID-19, okuyisimo esiphuthumayo esibi kakhulu sezempilo emhlabeni esikhathini esingaphezulu kwekhulu. Selokhu umkhuhlane waseSpain wango-1918 njengekomidi 1918 njengekomidi lokulawulwa kwezempilo kwamazwe ngamazwe, impilo ephuthumayo yokukhathazeka kwamazwe ngamazwe, lokhu kwanqunywa ngesisekelo sokwehla kwamazinga okutheleleka, ukulaliswa esibhedlela kanye nokwedlula kubantu bakithi. To that end, we have found that there are indeed many more hills to climb. Lokhu kwaphinde kwahlanganiswa nemiphumela edabukisayo yokuphangwa okudlangile kanye neziyaluyalu zomphakathi ezathatha ukuphila okungaphezulu kwama-300, futhi zadla izigidigidi zempahla eyonakele kanye nezikhukhula ezimbi kakhulu ezacekela phansi isifundazwe sonke, sashiya okungenani abantu abangama-448 bashona, futhi abangaphezulu kwama-400 bengenamakhaya. Zombili izigigaba, kakhulukazi umnyango wezempilo uyathinteka. Honorable members, in keeping with Tata Umadiba example, there are still a great deal of hills to climb, including those related to socio-economic issues. These include things like polluted environments, substandard housing, filthy conditions, unemployment, poverty, racial and gender discrimination, destruction and violence. It is acknowledged on a global scale that access to healthcare and other health services do not alone influence health and health outcomes. The social determinants of health, which cover a variety of social, political, economic, environmental, and cultural elements, including gender equality and human rights, are the cause of these complex and complicated issues. The profile of deaths reflects the fact that KwaZulu-Natal continues to be a very unequal in terms of household income and living conditions. Mayelana nokuqubuka kwezifo iNingizimu Afrika nayo ibhekene nomthwalo ophindiwe kathathu wezifo obangelwa i-HIV nesifo sofuba, amazinga aphezulu okufa komama nezinsana, ukwanda kwesifo esingathathelaniyo kanye nezinga eliphezulu lodlame nokuhlukumezeka kanjalo nasesifundazweni sakithi eKZN. The 10 most common causes of mortality in KZN have largely not altered from the previous year. The most major causes of mortality in KZN, which reflects the disease load in the province, continue to be a complicated mixture of non-communicable and communicable diseases, with the latter representing a sizable portion of non-natural causes of death. The mixture of causes of death demonstrates how KZN is still going through an epidemiological transition from a state with a high number of communicable disease deaths, frequently in younger people, to one with a higher number of non-communicable disease deaths, mostly in older people. Malunga hloniphekile, To guarantee universal access to healthcare, these hills require an immediate start of the establishment and implementation of a sustainable, coordinated, integrated, and comprehensive health system at all levels, based on the primary healthcare approach through the district health system. The following constitution clauses, which are consistent with our Freedom Charter and the principles of our hero liberation movement, must serve as the department compass in this regard. Section 21.1, everyone has the right to have access to healthcare service, including productive healthcare.
Thank you. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
The next member to take the podium for 2 minutes is the Honorable Esther Rajbansi of the NF.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and members. Primary health care is the most important local referral health unit for communities. Our government has done a lot of work on providing primary health care clinics. Many donors have helped post-democracy. Currently, we need to look at countries that have the best primary health care systems, like Mauritius, and why Irelanders have great health and are at an advanced stage in its epidemiological transition, so that we can do much more. We need additional health budgets in KZN to now focus on equipping our primary healthcare clinics in meeting the norms and standards set for staff components, ICT, or digitalization goals, security and training, and interpersonal skills. The biggest gap is the establishment of clinic committees, which is a critical governance structure to foster community as well as medical professional engagement. Other structures like the outreach teams, the community healthcare workers and ambulance services, which improves the community's healthcare and our service delivery objectives, have weaknesses that requires planning and additional budgeting. Honourable Speaker and Chairperson, this report is welcomed, and the adopting of Look Like a Hospital model is also welcome, because this will ensure accreditation of our primary healthcare facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. The next member for 2 minutes is Honorable A.M. Phakathi. Honorable A.M. Phakathi has apologized, but I'm informed that the debate is going to be delivered by Honorable S.E. Manele of the ACDP. For 2 minutes. ATM njengamanje.
College Speaker, on behalf of the ATM, ATM welcome this report of the Department of Health. Honorable Speaker, this report covers a wide range of issues that we believe are important in improving the standard and the state of our health facilities in this province. Our main concern is the implementation and the speed of implementation of the recommendation of this report. The ATM notes that the Honorable MEC of Health said during her 2022-23 budget speech financial year and beyond, when she said that the department would be strengthening the role of community health workers, or Nompilo, as well as the ward-based outreach team. They are cornerstones of our primary health care. We are pleased to note that this commitment by the MEC is well detailed in this report, and we are much positive that should this commitment be fulfilled, then the health services will be easily be accessible to our ordinary people next to them all the time. ATM support the vision around the national health insurance, as it aims at bringing the current existing gap between the rich, the middle class and the poor in assessing high-class healthcare facilities. However, we are much concerned about the long delay in fully implementing this vision, since the current system continues to exclude the poor of the poorest in existing proper and higher class of the health. Finally, Honourable Speaker, we share same sentiments with the report that quality health services for the community can only be successful, be achieved through good and proper infrastructure, adequate staff.
Thank you, Honorable Manele, on behalf of Honorable Phakathi.
Thank you.
The next speaker for 2 minutes on behalf of the SAACDP, ACDC, is Honorable S.E. Manele.
Speaker, greeting you. ACDP accept a report more about Tumkanyahute because it's where we are represented. Our concern is that there is no improvement on challenges discovered. Instead, some clinical situation is becoming worse. The department must pay a lot of attention to the two things which we have quoted: the issue of ambulances, the response time when they are called. People wait hours and more for ambulances. One clinic that I know has even lost staff, the staff members avoiding possible coming problems. Another thing is the shortage of nursing staff. One clinic during the time of the visit had 15 nurses. They were running short of 4 nurses, but now there are 11, short of 8. This is compromising service delivery. Let the department stand up and solve this issue of human resource in our health institution. People of Mkhanyakude would like to know how far the Department of Health has gone with considering the possibility of changing Bethesda Hospital from being a district hospital into a regional hospital. The time frame for this was 30 November 22. Another important issue is the establishment of the new hospital in Mtubatuba, which was announced and promised at Nodale Hall, Mtubatuba, when this parliament was taken to people in 2021, before 2021 local government election. That can help a lot. The question is how that development up to this now.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, you have party whips eniba kuzo ezinye izinto bayakuxolela lokho ngomhla ka-15 lithi qho. The next speaker for 5 minutes is the Honorable MJ Nkwanyana of the IFP. Lokho kunye kurholelwa amandla.
Thank you, Speaker, for calling me again to this podium. As more people use public healthcare facilities, it is only sensible that health system will have to be better equipped and will need more capacity to serve more people. Unfortunately, the investment in health infrastructure does not reflect this, putting into question whether quality healthcare for all will be achieved in our lifetime. But it is worth noting that during the 2023-24 financial year, there are allocations made available which are directed to infrastructure, as the department plans to spend 6.8 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework on infrastructure. Amajuba District reported that the department last commissioned a new facility in 2013, such as growth in population, vice versa number of facilities built, paints an even picture. This means that the department is unable to match up with the growth of the population, thus posing an imminent challenge of space. Also, Speaker, in Zululand, 3 were reported to have inadequate infrastructure in all some clinics. These are Clarkstad, Siakatala, and Ntungwane clinics. More clinics must be built in our communities, and dilapidated buildings must be fixed. Overcrowding must also be addressed. We are concerned about the failure to address service delivery issues when they are reported to relevant authorities, as has been the case with Emadangeni and Danhauser sub-districts, where the unfavorable terrain prevents the mobile clinics units from accessing some areas due to poor road infrastructure. Further, the issue of budget cuts is of great concern, as Umzinyati district has suffered a 16 million budget cut for the 2022-2023 financial year. This has had a huge negative impact on the budget of the primary healthcare facilities. We urge the MEC to address the issue of budget cuts. It also of great concern that some districts are faced with shortage ambulances as Zululand district. These factors delay response time to emergencies and affects daily operations. Nakuba sazi ukuthi isibalo sama ambulance sizokwenyuswa azosuka ku-179 ayi ku-200 ngo-31 March 2024. Kodwa lesibalo asanele ngoba abantu abaningi kakhulukazi emakhaya basalinda umlibe i-ambulance ingafiki. The IFP calls upon the department to ensure that ambulance response time is quick and efficient. In addition, the issue of water and electricity supply must be also addressed. The waiting time in clinics is a major concern. The objective must be to shorten the waiting time at points of entry so that patients can receive treatment as quickly as possible. People have to wait for hours sometimes just to get medical attention, and many people who are admitted to these hospitals are neglected and end up in a worse condition than when they arrived. The situation in rural areas is even worse, as people have to travel for miles to receive medical attention from clinics, and this costs them in terms of time and money which they cannot afford. Health services must be quickly delivered so that people can move on to another commitment. We should not allow poor service delivery to be the acceptable benchmark in KZN. The IFP believes that a strong healthcare system can only be built if continuous commitment and consistent effort. It is incumbent that the 50.7 billion budget allocated to the Department of Health for the 2023-2024 financial year must be utilized to address some of the challenges. I thank you, Chairperson.
The next speaker for 12 minutes on behalf of the ANC is Honorable N.M. Sibiya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity that I'm getting. Honorable Speaker, it is a very good debate that is very interesting that today we are engaging on. I think, Honorable Speaker, we need to acknowledge that when you talk about health, access to health, in particular primary health care in this province, everyone can attest that we have seen a great change. In fact, it's a 360 degrees change, because today people are able to debate and talk about clinics, they can talk about ambulances, they can talk about quite a number of things. CHC is something that has been introduced by this government. So it means there is a lot of work that is being done. Honorable Speaker, a lot of work has been done to deal with to completely change the picture of primary health care in this country and this province in particular. The access to primary health care by the majority of the people of this country is visible. Life has completely changed for our people, in particular in rural areas and townships, where we know very well that our people were living in poverty and still live in poverty. But this government has made sure that it provides them with proper quality primary health care services that are accessible at all times. Yes, there are areas where we can't access them at 24 hours, but there are hospitals, there are CHCs that are closer to them. Those are the things that have been introduced by the system of this government of the ANC. The standard of primary health care in this province is one of the best you can get in the entire continent, Honorable Speaker. That one can be argued by anyone, but I can assure you, you can go to any country in this continent. It can never be better than what you'll get in KwaZulu-Natal. Because if you go to the clinics that you are having, you will see the quality of clinics that you will find in rural areas. You will see the quality of CHCs that you will find in rural areas. You will see the work that has been done over the years since 1994 to improve the hospitals that we found before 1994. I'll get to that one later. Honorable Speaker, I can assure you that today the government has put a number of systems and programs in making sure that the downtrodden does access healthcare services. We have brought healthcare services to their doorsteps. Clinics that we have built that are within every ward, almost every ward in this province does have clinics. Underline, I'm saying almost. It means we have done so much work, even in rural areas, the deepest of the rural areas in Nepudin, in Emahlabathini, everywhere, Wanongoma, you will find a clinic in a very isolated space. This is the government of the day that has made sure that our people do access quality healthcare with professional nurses. Today, you don't get just manga business nurses who will be working with our people, but we are bringing top professional nurses. Even doctors now go to our clinics and attend to our clinics. We've brought in new systems and new services. The mobile clinics, the quality of mobile clinic that we're having in this province is top class. You will see even the cars they are using, but the medication that they provide, even the medical equipment that you'll find in those ambulances, it tells that we mean business when we say we want our people to live long. Honorable Speaker, I want to say it's very important to note the work, as I've said earlier on. If you go to any clinic in KwaZulu-Natal, you will find medication. This era of saying that you won't find medication in our clinics is just now, it has been erased. You won't find it because we are investing in making sure that our people, in fact, do live longer. So it's part of the work that is being done. We have made accommodation, we have built accommodation in our clinics so that the staff does live within the clinic area or within the system where nurses are working. But also we provide, all of them are electrified. All of them, they do have water now. All of them we are building. In fact, even where we didn't have backup generators, we have installed backup generators. We mean business when we talk about healthcare, primary healthcare. We're not telling stories. Because if you tell a story, you will just scratch above. Uzikhulumele ngoba ukukhuluma ke kulula and akuthengwa uyazikhulumela noma nini. So if you talk about our clinics, everybody knows that we are talking about top quality clinics in the entire country. I've seen clinics that were built before. In fact, if I can say it, we never had clinics in where I'm coming from. In Ngutu, I only know 3 clinics in the entire Ngutu that we found before 1994. Today, yes, I'm telling you, it was in Isandlwana, it was in Shati Dam. I will tell you names because that's where the government, go to Olundi today, go to Wanongoma today, where we're supposed to be, we're supposed to be renovating.
Honorable Kaula, don't drown the speaker on the podium.
I knew.
Honorable Speaker.
It's how people will react when we tell the truth. Truth hurts. The CHCs that have been introduced by this government. This is the government that introduced the concept of a CHC. We have built a number of CHCs, and today abantu bakithi bawabiza ngeyibhedlela ezincane because ama-CHCs ayizibhedlela on their own, and they open 24 hours. They are closer to the people. So I always say it's always good when we debate and talk about something that is in front of our eyes. We tell the truth. It's there, it's quality. We are employing nurses in them. You find doctors in them. You find professional nurses in them. You find everything that you'll get in the hospital, but it's a mini hospital because we want our people to access health, quality health, not just health, but quality. We've got gateway clinics. We've got programs like the CCMDD that has been spoken about. I think, Honorable Speaker, our people, if they can be taught how CCMDD has changed the life of our people in access to medication, you will understand that in the entire continent, there is no country where you will just go and get your medication just next door to you in a tribal court
You will find them in tech shops, in shops, just in deep rural areas because of this government. You won't find it anywhere. It's because we are about the people. We want to make sure that our people do get what they deserve. We work tirelessly hard to change the lives of our people. We are obsessed in thinking about what will better the lives of our people. Nothing else. But we are working. So I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, even Onompilo and every other thing that you see today, it's because of this government. The introduction of NHI, which some parties on my left opposed it in the national parliament, it's going to bring quality healthcare to our people. We were leveling the ground when we introduced the NHI. So I want everybody to understand that what we are dealing with the lives of our people and nothing else. I don't want to go to individuals today because I think I must not leave people ahead. It's very, very important, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take the few minutes just to pause. I want to take from the words of the brilliant and exceptionally unique and rare leader, Mama Charlotte Maxeke, when she said, this work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. She further said, and I quote, if you can rise, bring someone with you. Honorable Speaker, these words are more relevant to us today. Let us never forget to live with our people and not above them. No matter what happens, no matter how high our positions are, but let's remain living with our people. Let's bring someone with us as we rise. It's all we can do as part of changing the world. But also, lest we forget that we've got the responsibility for the life of a black man who's still languishing in poverty. It remains our duty to take them out of poverty. Indeed, as I bow out of this house, I won't forget how, Honorable Speaker, all of you have shaped me to be the better person. Thanks to all members of all opposition parties. Thanks to all members of all opposition parties. It was all about the work that we are doing in this house, Honorable Speaker. We're never fighting, but we're doing our work because we're committed to our people that will continue doing our work and make sure that we prioritize them in making sure that their lives are changing. So, Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank everyone. I want to thank my organization, the ANC, the African National Congress, which is an instrument of change. There is no other instrument of change that is better than the ANC. My life, I owe it to the ANC. It has become my religion, and my commitment to the ANC will remain eternal. Thanks, Comrade Chairperson of the ANC, Comrade Sponiso Duma. I have known you for some years, and you have contributed quite a lot in my life as I started in this house, Honorable Speaker. But further to that, you yourself, Honorable Speaker, I'm mentioning the few, but I will mention everyone. Yourself and Honorable Nomagugu Smelan, I really appreciate the times I've spent with you in this house since 2014. At times, Honorable Speaker, we will have moments where we will have to joke even when we're in pain, but we'll joke about the hardships that we confront. It was such a momentous occasion to be part of this house. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, I want to say to the ANC members who are part of this house, thank you so much. You've shaped me. You've literally shaped me. I owe my life and the work that we have done in this legislature to all of you in understanding my character and who I am. I know very well what you have contributed in changing me. And I believe the work and the life I've spent in the legislature will remain one of the moments where I will always cherish. And I've learned quite a lot when I was within the members of the ANC, but also with the opposition parties. I've learned quite a lot from you. I really appreciate the moment I've spent with you. It was such a great pleasure to be in this house. And we've worked very hard and committed ourselves in working for the people of this province. And we'll continue working for them, especially the people of Mutu in Suluchane. They remain in my heart forever. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Honorable members, the next speaker to close off the debate is the chairperson of Health, Honorable Majola, for 5 minutes. Honorable members, Clever Queen, Honorable Clever Queen, Honorable Mbongiseni. Sit down. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To listen to the deliberations that have been done in this House, I am very, very much humbled. I will start with why did we go out, and then I will also mention exactly where are we coming from. When I opened the report, I mentioned something of the South African Health Review. That is a policy. It was not reviewed because things were fine. It was reviewed because so many years, so many decades, we were suffering like any other thing that you can think of. As we are here today in this House, if everybody could understand why did we have that review, which was done post 1994? Out of that review, all the issues that are being mentioned here by members, the issues of the human resource, the issue of the infrastructure, they are talking to the situation that was reviewed. And there is a plan that we are calling it a 10-point plan, where all these issues are being listed for the purpose of making some interventions of some of the damage that has been there for decades. It's not something that can be done within a blink of an eye. I would say with the members that came here positively, start with Honorable Tele, Honorable Mavuso, there's nothing that I can say about Honorable Sbiya. It's just unvalele nje konke. When you are trying to check in your goodie, where are we from when we are talking of the issue of the primary healthcare? Primary healthcare is something that has never been there. It came because there was a reason, there was a need where our people were dying at homes without getting any assistance as far as the medical assistance is concerned, dying with things that can be dealt with. Today, we are hearing of the community health workers that are so close to our communities, visiting an outreach team that is going directly to our communities, to our families. We go further to the issue of whoever is unable to go and pick up the medicines from the health facility. All that is being made closer to them. I know that most of the people will never say this. It will never acknowledge what is being done by this government. But they have been given so much time. When we are in this House, we are the last party that has been given this opportunity of governing as we have done. All the progress that has been done by this government, it's something that it is endless. And we are not only ending where we are progressing. We have had our political head of the department when he was committing 11 clinics that are going to be built. That means we are still continuing, making sure that our people are receiving the healthcare that is needed at a closer range than traveling long distances. We know that the health determinants that we are faced with, they are also rooted from the apartheid, because when you are talking of the socio-economic system, socio-economic conditions of our people that are part of the disease profile and the increase of our burdens, of our disease burdens, it's because of the situation that has been faced by our people prior 1994. Appreciation is good when something good is being done. We are not going to back off. We'll continue making sure that our people are receiving what is due for them. And it is difficult to see some of us in this House as Africans still complaining instead of appreciating from us. Whenever we are going out as a committee, we go out on things of, we're talking of the policy. We don't talk out of the policy. Whenever you say you are talking of something, make sure that it is in line with the policies. The policies that we came up as the ANC-led government are not policies that were there. We came up with the policies that are talking with the needs of our people. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We have come to the end of the debate. We are now going to break for lunch. We will be back at 12:40. You have 30 minutes. Thank you. The name for that corner. Because of what they do. Honorable members, we now move to the next. Item on the order paper, which is 8.6, a debate on the third ANC party motion, as moved by Honorable Sifiso Musawenkosi Sonjita on the 15th of September 2022. Honorable Sonjita, I call upon you to come and introduce your motion for 10 minutes.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlomo, ngiyabingelela kuwe ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha, ngibingelele amalunga Executive Council, ngibingelele uSotswebhu omkhulu, ngibingelele kumalunga esishayamthetho. I would like to convey my gratitude to the African National Congress for giving me the opportunity to discuss this significant topic. The debate is especially timely this month as we recall the struggling figures like former President Nelson Mandela, who once said, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon to change the world." This iconic African intellect of our liberation struggle continues to say, "It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that a son of a mine worker can become a head of the mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation." End quote. And this article, The Native Union, published in 1911, the founder and president of the African National Congress, Priestley Isaiah Gaseme, wrote, "There is today a general desire for progress and for cooperation, because cooperation will facilitate and secure that progress." The ANC, the oldest liberation movement, was founded as a result of these poetic words. These words also address the type of a society we aspire to. Since the ANC-led government has rightly placed at the top of its list of objectives, the same goes to our growth and eradication of poverty and providing of services. We know that education has been made an apex priority by the government, and the ANC has been elevated to become education to become a societal issue, meaning that we should not expect to see education only happening within the four walls of a classroom. However, our people continue to have potent weapon in the form of this government goal of education to undo the distortions of human potential that still exist today as a holdover from the past. Thus, we continue to honor the youth of 1976 and subsequent generations who rendered the apartheid state ungovernable. Honorable Speaker, as members of this House, we need to be concerned of the escalation of violence and property destruction in our schools. This requires our immediate attention for our people, parents, and community members to support our engagement so that teaching and learning are not disrupted. We need to go all out to our constituencies and make sure that this is understood. This is a multifaceted problem rooted in socio-economic disparities, violence history of our province, lack of community involvement to combat this crisis. It is crucial to implement comprehensive strategies that focus on education reform, community empowerment, and law enforcement. According to Section 8(4) of the South African Schools Act, each school's code of conduct, which outlines expectations for students' conduct and outline disciplinary procedures to be used when violations are committed, applies to all students. When code of conduct is not used, research has shown that great teaching and learning cannot be instilled, since it promotes the rights and safety of all learners, educators, and parents. Learners' responsibility for their own actions and behavior, prohibition of all forms of unfair discrimination and intolerance, and elimination of disruptive and offensive behavior. In this account, the Department of Basic Education and the South African Police Services have formalized their cooperative partnership through a signed agreement known as Partnership Protocols, which set out the framework for closer interdepartmental coordination in order to create safety, caring, and child-friendly in which quality teaching and learning can take place. In fact, the ANC-led government has developed several commendable programs. As members of this legislature, we must continue to support them and fight the criminality that is plaguing our schools. Again, it is essential to enhance community policing forums if we are to protect the future of our children and create a better future for KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, acting immediately to ensure that every child has access to secure and high-quality education remains our joint obligation. I wholly share the sentiments of the former Secretary General of the South African Communist Party, the SACP, Umhlekazi uKhrizani, wherein he said, "We need to create the pathways to give hope to our youth that they can have the opportunity through education and hard work to escape the trap of poverty," end quote. The persistent socio-economic disparities in our country and the province contribute significantly to the escalation of violence and destruction of property in our schools. Poverty, unemployment, and lack of basic services create an environment ripe for frustrations and hopelessness. One of the major contributors to this crisis is a rise in drug use and accessibility of drugs in our communities. Among other things, and while our government continues to make interventions in dealing with some of these problems, more targeted programs are needed to deal with economic development initiatives, job creation, and social welfare programs. Equally, our province needs to address what seems to be a never-ending stigma, that of being violent and dangerous. Members will know that a few days ago, 4 people were killed in one incident in Potchefstroom. And dangerous resolves many of our issues that we are confronted with. And again, the violent protests for service delivery and turning schools into battlegrounds. It is crucial that we mobilize everyone, including political parties and leaders, to prioritize peace building, dialogue, and compromise, fostering an environment where education can thrive. However, the lack of community involvement negatively contributes to this drug scourge. Some communities do not take ownership of their schools, actively participate in the decision-making processes, and work to protect these important institutions and the future of our children. We constantly talk about how we need to improve our efforts and resources available to us. Because of the degree of crime, vandalism, and violence in our school, we are unable to even raise the quality of our education system to match that of other countries. This takes me to the point, Honorable Speaker, which I fully agree with, that the quality of education depends on the schools that work, and that education depends on teachers. One must that schools that work are schools under capable teachers, principals, and committed teams. As a result, we are committing ourselves to get rid of this ugly scourge, to fight it with all our strength, as this undermines the fact that there are hundreds of teachers and principals who run our schools quite very well, and who even go beyond the call of duty. It is also important to note, under the capable leadership of Honorable Mbali Fraser, the Department of Education committed to launch Operation Siyatesha Waya Waya, an innovative initiative for job creation and economic empowerment that is especially intended to meet the needs of our society most vulnerable groups, including the needs of youth, women, people with disabilities, military veterans, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Indeed, the ANC-led government is committed to speeding up the provision of services. Honorable Speaker, again, my greatest appreciation goes to the many thousands of teachers, principals, communities who have carried themselves with dignity and discipline, and who have served this province with professionalism, often under extremely trying, difficult circumstances. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
The next member for 9 minutes is Honorable T.S. Mjali of the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the Premier, the entire executive, all honorable members, please receive my greetings. Allow me to start first and foremost demonstrating that education has always been a priority in the African National Congress. The late Professor Karas Mal once said, and I quote, "We will not fulfill our democratic responsibility, nor will our nation be prepared for the demands of the 21st century unless we rapidly improve the access of all our people to sound basic education and training in satisfactory facilities and ensure a full functioning system of good quality at all levels, from early childhood to university and beyond." And this was demonstrated by former President Thabo Mbeki when he said, "Teachers must teach, learners must learn, managers must manage." Close quote. This is what we have been trying to achieve as the ANC-led government when we made education as our apex priority in all these years since the democracy. To understand this further, allow me to quote Zwelakhe Sisulu, a young UDF member who was part of the National Education Crisis Committee that was established in Soweto in 1985. And he raised this issue to emphasize what Professor Karas Mal have said. Open close quote. To be acceptable, every initiative must come from the people themselves, must be accountable to the people, and must advance the broad mass of students, not just the selective few. In effect, this means taking over the schools, transforming them from institutions of oppression into zones of progress and people's power. Those quote. Honorable Speaker, let me tell the people of KwaZulu-Natal how the ANC, or what has been done by the ANC, since 2004. Obviously, Speaker, it's a lot. It will take me more than the minutes I have to share with the people of KwaZulu-Natal and anyone else who cares to listen on what the ANC has done. Precisely because it has been a long journey to transform the education system in KwaZulu-Natal. But to note just a few, Honorable Speaker, prior to 2004, there was no learner transport in KwaZulu-Natal because we know those that were in power. To them, the distance that was being traveled by our learners, it never mattered. Hence, they never provide solutions towards providing the learner transport. Obviously, also they did not have a plan because to think you must have a vision, and it's what they were lacking. So they couldn't provide learner transport prior to. So when they were in power, they couldn't. But as a caring government of the African National Congress, we provided transport. As things stand today, more than 74,841 learners are benefiting from the learner transport through the ANC government since 2004 when we took power. It is under the ANC-led government that the schools that are being built after 2004, it's the state-of-the-art schools, which includes digital education and smart classrooms. And this is a clear indication of the ANC projecting what the future holds. Because we understand that we are no longer going to be teaching learners to just become consumers, but they themselves ought to be operating in the 21st century with a clear understanding of what they are getting in school. We have a school of excellence under Mkhanyakude district, which is called the Mandla Mthethwa. This school, it also offers robotics and coding lessons. Their lab, Honorable Kaula, has Autodesk Revit and Autodesk Inventor to prepare 3D and 2D engineering drawings. Speaker, we built such schools even in rural areas. Who did this? It's the ANC-led government. Under the ANC-led government, we've built Anton Lembede Mathematics, Science and Technology Academy. Best school. This school offers innovation, technology, robotics, computer applications, and IT. Who built this school? It was built after 2004, ANC taken into power. It is a recently built school. It's a new school. Who built this school, Honorable Mngango? It's the ANC. And further, under the ANC-led government, more than 700 full-service schools were built with a clear understanding that even learners with disability are able to be picked up from home, taken to school, then taken from school back to home. Who has done this? It's the ANC-led government. Further, the new schools that we are building, which are called ICT and IT schools, which have digital libraries, Honorable MEC, their laboratories has free Wi-Fi. Yes, that has been done by the ANC-led government because today they're able to utilize the internet without paying or using their data, but they have free Wi-Fi. Who has done this is the ANC-led government. Under the ANC government, the pass rate since 2004 has improved, not only just in matric, however, in all the other grades. This is a clear reflection of the government that had a vision that it needed to fulfill. Hence, it made education its priority. So I thought I should reflect on this, Honorable Speaker, because clearly we're a government at work and we're a government with a plan. And we have been implementing that plan. That is why even before we took power, we declared through the document ready to govern. Hence, we're declaring the vision because hence we're fighting for the reparation, but we're also preparing ourselves to lead this government. That is why since 2004, no one can dare challenge me when I say the life of a learner, the life of a teacher in KwaZulu-Natal, it became better. Who had done that is the ANC-led government. Responding to the call by Prof. Kada Asmal, we need to rapidly improve the access of all people to sound basic education and training to its satisfactory facilities. We are driven by what former President Thabo Mbeki, which I quoted earlier on, which he said, teachers must teach, learners must learn, managers must manage. President of China, President Xi Jinping once said, and I quote, young people are in prime time of learning. You should regard learning as a top priority, a responsibility, a moral support and lifestyle. You should establish a conviction that dreams start from learning and career success depends on competency, close quote. To the young people, we call upon you to make education a moral support and the lifestyle that the ANC-led government will make sure that, as it had done since 2004, in particular in KwaZulu-Natal when it took power, that we create conducive environment for teaching and learning. Because the call by President Thabo Mbeki, it still stands today, which it says, teachers must teach, learners must learn, and management must manage. This being said, we have improved the education system in KwaZulu-Natal. No one can dare challenge us when we say we're a government at work, because those that came before us failed dismally to move out of power.
The next speaker for 5 minutes is Honorable MP Kaula of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, education is a complex and critical phenomenon. Scholars of the subject define education as the process and activity of acquisition of knowledge, beliefs, and habits of a group of people who transfer them to the other people. One education writer, Dorothy Leonard, writes that, quote unquote, children learn what they live. One line I would like to quote from this writing is the one that says, quote unquote, if children live with hostility, they learn to fight. Education is also defined as a social process and is termed socialization. In academic circles, education is an activity that takes place both formally and informally. Schools were created by societies in order to impart knowledge and skills in formal institutions called schools. However, this did not take away the role of communities and society to impart skills and knowledge by society through informal means. Therefore, educating children in schools is impacted upon by both internal and external factors. The external factors are economic, social, cultural, political, environmental, and so on. Society today is battling with conflicts between internal and external factors of the school environment. These include a conflict of official and non-official values, conflicting value systems of adults and children, different backgrounds of learners, conflict around race, class, gender, and other kinds of diversity. The subject at hand, violence in schools, has got both the internal and external factors. Some children in schools attack either other learners or educators. Some educators abuse learners or other educators. But the biggest challenge that schools are faced with is people from outside who attack learners and educators for various reasons. Most of these is criminal elements that view schools as easy targets. All our children these days are growing up in an environment that is infested with skewed values. Crime levels are very high in South Africa, and criminals somehow become heroes and role models. Corruption levels are very high in government circles, and wrongdoers live a life that is an envy of many young children. Government office bearers are in and out of courts on criminal activities, but get supported by masses who claim their innocence at all costs. Judges and courts get ridiculed publicly by politicians when executing their duties over public figures who have wronged the state. Towns, cities, shops get looted in massive scales at broad daylight by masses who get away with such criminalities. Trucks get looted and burnt on our roads, and most culprits get away with it. Women and children get raped and abused in massive scales. The Gini coefficient of South Africa is the highest in the world, and this has produced a very angry society of unemployed millions. People have become too obsessed with illegal shortcuts to glorious living standards. The list of these skewed values is endless and impacts negatively upon education. It is the role of the state in every country to ensure that education is provided under circumstances that are conducive for effective teaching and learning to take place. In the context of South Africa and KZN, it shows that government has failed dismally to level the playing field for effective provisioning of education. The external factors that inhibit the smooth process of teaching and learning to happen are too much. Schools are struggling largely because of the failures of government to govern. South Africa is slowly transcending from being a failing state to a failed state. Within the education circles, a lot of wrongs need to be corrected. In KwaZulu-Natal, the education department is underfunded and thus fails to employ the required number of teachers. The department is fraught with nepotism, favoritism, and career deployment, which cripples the smooth running of the schools. Managers are failing to manage. Parental and community involvement in the affairs of schooling is weak. SGPs are overpowered by unions. Education three-legged pot that is supposed to be is abstract. We have actually become a community of cry the beloved country that Alan Patton was talking about. The idea of an education indaba is misplaced. We would have expected this at the beginning of the term of office. The current administration is less than 12 months away from completing its term. Just leave indaba to a new administration in 2024, which will usher in new mandates. Remember, children learn what they live. I thank you.
The next speaker for 6 minutes is the Honorable N.L. Baipeli of the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. The issue of school violence is a very serious issue that cannot be ignored, as it is intertwined with the future of this country. If we continue to raise violent children and leave them astray now, we are doomed for failure as a country, as we will be raising people who will have no sense of patriotism. People who will have no respect for what was built on blood, sweat, and tears by those who lived before them. We can talk about school violence until Jesus comes back, but at the core of this critical issue is the continuous degeneration of moral values, especially post-democracy. While the attainment of democracy gave birth to many positive gains, it also contributed immensely to social ills and moral degenerations that we see today. Our children have their bread buttered on both sides. There is no sense of consequence management. They are cushioned warmly in a cocoon by both the Schools Act and the Children's Act. Teachers cannot enforce discipline on learners because the South African Schools Act has prohibited them from implementing corporal punishment. Parents cannot discipline their children from the comfort of their own homes because they are protected by the Children's Act. Schools are rapidly becoming war zones and have turned into a movie where learners shoot and stab to death teachers and each other inside school premises. Schools have become environments where teachers who are fighting for positions and have personal scores to settle with each other, to settle each time, guns blazing at each other and kill each other inside school premises. They have become a place which community members vandalize or torch in order to vent out their frustration about lack of service delivery. Kumapeketwane, kukwampunzi edla emini. There is no sense of respect for schools and safe havens for conducive teaching and learning environments because there is no sense of consequence management. While playing the blame game is not a solution, since moral regeneration is a societal responsibility, one cannot ignore that the Department of Education is largely to blame for what is happening to our schools. as it has not fully implemented safety programs for school. It is such a shame that for more than a decade now, the department has been talking about the issue of school safety and yet also failed to follow up on programs. Over the past decade, we have been bombarded with school safety programs which never fully materialized, such as Hlayiseka programs, which was aimed to assist schools and the Department of Education identify, record, and respond to incidents of schools-based crime and violence, and many other things. To name a few programs like what happened to Kemoja program, which was established to reduce the demand for drugs amongst teenagers through drug testing initiatives. It is a high time that the Department of Education moves beyond talk shops and start implementing and also following up on these programs. As a public representative, we also have a responsibility of working together with the department and relevant stakeholders to curb school violence. School safety is a societal problem which needs communities, parents, and teachers to work together. The time for top shops is long gone. We must act now. Uma sehluleka manje isimkile. Ngiyabonga.
The next speaker for 2 minutes, Honorable CM Shinga of the NFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, as the National Freedom Party, we are concerned about the occurrence of verbal and physical hostility directed to teachers and school personnel on school grounds. The violence and destruction of property in our schools is a countrywide epidemic in our primary and secondary schools. We must then recognize and note that these hooligan students originate from violent areas and communities. Hence, the SAPS must advance its anti-crime efforts, as violence in schools is frequently a mirror of what is going on in the communities. Honorable Speaker, the unacceptable behavior and violence in our schools is left unchecked. As a consequence for this, a grade 10 pupil at Northbury Park Secondary School in Northdale allegedly set fire to a deputy principal's car in retaliation for confiscation of his smartphone. Furthermore, on September 1, students from Kwandengezi High School in Pinetown set fire to their school classroom after a police search and seizure operation yielded 400 smartphones, various types of hazardous weapons and drugs. We therefore move to support the call for an immediate discussion on the necessity of a school safety indaba with all stakeholders, from the management of the Department of Education, traditional leaders, SGBs, learners themselves, and NGOs at lower levels that are in collaboration with the department, because they have first-hand information regarding the safety in school. In addition to enforcing a code of conduct that prohibits smartphone use in classroom, communities and parents need to be informed about the harm that this causes when it occurs. In order for our schooling environment to be safer without disruption and learners to have a future, the SAPS Thank you.
The next speaker for 9 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the member of the Executive Council responsible for Human Settlements and Public Works, the Honorable Sipho K. Pasunkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, and the colleagues in the Executive, all honorable members of this august House, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to enter this important but painful debate. Former State President Nelson Mandela once said, I quote, "Our freedom is incomplete, dear compatriots, as long as we are denied our security by criminals who prey on our communities, who rob our businesses and undermine our economy, who ply their destructive trade in drugs in our schools, and who do violence against our women and children. Honorable Speaker, despite concerted efforts in dealing with challenges of the ongoing pandemic and the devastating storms that severely affected our schools and learners, among other challenges, the KZN Department of Education must battle with criminal elements that prey on our schools. Indeed, as Madiba accurately illuminated, that our freedom remains incomplete, as the right to access to basic education enshrined in our Constitution is absolute and should not be subjected to any limitations. Honorable Speaker, vandalism of schools and disruptions to learners' academic activities, especially in our province, are at the crisis point. Even beyond that, this concerning trend of violence and thuggery to our learners and educators has reached levels of utmost concern. And these demand a firm stance which involves all stakeholders. According to the Parliamentary Monitoring Group, there were 144 schools, 8 circuit management offices, and 3 education centers which were vandalized and looted in KZN, costing over R1 million. This includes the disheartening torching of classrooms at Ndengeto High School in Kwandengezi late last year, following the search and seizure operation conducted by the police, which led to the discovery of many weapons and drugs which were confiscated. Honorable Speaker, want to mention that the violent attacks which happened at Alston Primary here in Pietermaritzburg, where an assailant gained entry into school premises through the pedestrian gate, attacked the security guard and other 2 others before opening fire randomly. It also includes the shocking incident of the shooting of the deputy principal of Sandagahle Primary in Awamlas Township by the unknown hijackers this year, as well as the regressive and barbaric act of torching of classrooms in Wanogui Primary Nongoma, and the subsequent burning down of the house of the principal in Nongoma quite recently. Honorable members, indeed our freedom is contested. Despite that, we must draw strength of the noticeable and commendable work of the Department of Education, working with various communities to protect our schools. This is in line with the ruling party, the ANC manifesto, which states, I quote, "We face a moment in history when we must choose between the path of division, conflict, and destruction on one hand, and the path of unity, hard work, development, inclusivity, and shared prosperity on the other hand. We choose the latter part." As much as the Department of Education is working with various stakeholders, has facilitated the establishment of more than 5,904 safety committees in schools across the province. These schools are reported to have been linked to police stations. Furthermore, over 1,200 school safety committees were trained in disaster management in 2022. Stats show that over 5,780 schools have adequate fencing, and a further 100 fences are due to be replaced in this current financial year. Honorable Speaker, we are encouraged by the exemplary work done by the ANC-led government, working with various stakeholders in Ekubongeni Primary in the rural area, where community members, teachers, traditional leaders, and police are united in dealing with criminal activities, engulfing the schools, and positive results are for all of us to see. We therefore appeal to all honorable members and citizens of this province to work with their government in safeguarding our children's right to education by actively protecting the schools in their communities from the criminal activities and sinister attempts to disrupt academic activities. Honorable members, remember that the SGBs are statutory bodies of parents, educators, non-teaching staff, and learners who seek to work together to promote the well-being and the effectiveness of the schooling community and thereby enhancing both teaching and learning. As a teacher of note myself, I'm confident that the teacher unions, SATU in particular, through its tenacity and firm resolve to put the interests of our children first, they must work with the Department of Education to transform the schooling system. As our MEC for Education, Honorable Fraser, earlier this year quoted President Kwame Nkrumah, who said, "The task ahead is great indeed, and heavy is the responsibility, and yet it is noble and glorious challenge. A challenge which calls for the courage to dream, the courage to believe, the courage to dare, the courage to do, the courage to envision, the courage to fight, and the courage to work." I close quote. Eventually, we want to indicate that we are going to win this battle because Lutuli, Tambo, Mandela, and many others who came before us, they conquered, and that's why we are going to conquer vandalism and destruction of school property. They struggled and won. And why can't we win over disruption of education of our children? Remember the United Democratic Front slogan, "United we stand and divided we fall." Working together will protect our schools and our communities from the criminals and the disruptors. Would want just to thank Honorable Sonjika for directing all of us what to do in order to make sure that we protect the education of our children. We can't allow criminal elements to destroy the future of our children. Honorable Kaula, it is true that government provides conducive education to thrive. It happened for the first time in this country to have government building schools for the children, thus replacing the legacy of your party of rent to rand and the mud schools. Honorable Mpigaipeli, you must know that classically, when we describe education, we say education is a societal issue. It is not the issue of education alone. Listen to the old teachers like ourselves who prove themselves on the ground as to what education is all about. This thing called education is a three-legged pot. It requires the community on one side, together with the children, the educators who are employees of our government, and our own Department of Education. We are very happy, Honorable Fraser, for the good work that we are doing. That's why we quoted the researchers ourselves, the research work, because we are researchers in our own right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker for 2 minutes is the Honorable Esther Rajbansi of the MF. Honorable Esther Rajbansi. Nerusha? Is she there, Secretary, Madam Secretary? Is she there on the platform? Honorable Esther Rajbansi, the rules do specify that you must be connected in a manner that allows you to participate. And that is how the interpretation of being present was connected. Anyway, she's not on the platform now. We will now move to the ATM. The last debate, the ATM was represented by Bishop Mangale. Also by ATM Nango. Okay. 2 minutes, ATM.
Greeting you, Speaker, and all protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, the violence caused by the behavior of some of our learners at school is of a serious concern to everyone. This is a big challenge, not only to school principal and teachers, but also to us as parents and community at large, as we all must stand to it with a very decisive approach. ATM support this motion and its call for the school safety indaba to be convened. It is true that the nature of this situation requires all stakeholders, government, churches, and schools government bodies, as well as our traditional leaders, to sit and work at this school violence scourge in deeper approach. However, some of other things like use of cell phones at school by our children need us as parents to stand firm and address it with our kids at home. What is happening in our school gives a strong worry that will produce a very strong and violent next generation, which will lead to total collapse of morals in our society. And therefore, we are compelled at this generation to stop this now. I thank you. Honorable M. Pagat.
Honorable Mangele was reading the speech of Honorable Pagati of the ATM. Now I call upon the Honorable Mangele on behalf of the ACDP to contribute for 2 minutes.
The conflict generation by school violence affects learners to learners, educator to educator, and learner to educator relationship, and it is therefore pedagogically unacceptable. This problem is exacerbated by the fact that many Black secondary schools are still well known for low pass rates, unsustained school attendance, dropping out due to pregnancy, drugs and alcohol abuse, gang activism, overcrowded classrooms, high early dropout rates, learners coming from disadvantaged backgrounds affected by poverty, unemployment, lack of recreational facilities, and violences. This problem can be eradicated by introducing Ubuntu humanity and go back to religious education in schools, possibly even examinable subjects. Learners' lack of respect for themselves, their peers, their parents, schools' property, and other authorities are symptomatically of the lack of the sense of Ubuntu, the knowledge and respect of God. There are other people who are also misleading our youth. There is a lack of vision for the future in our youth. Learners has not yet developed a vision for their own personal future in the new democratic era of South Africa. An effective school must also be more democratic school. Good management is more democratic management, and a professional teacher operates in a more democratic manner. The more learners, parents, and staff are involved in school policies and decision making, the more is the genuine community, the more is the school can resist violence. Bella Bill is going to pour more petrol on the fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mangele. The next member for 5 minutes, the Honorable Tipim Tetwe of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues. Honorable Speaker, from the outset, the IFP is against the destruction of property. Unfortunately, it seems that people emulate an old tactic used in the past by the ANC to communicate its frustration through the banning of infrastructure. The IFP founder and IFP President Emeritus, His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, MP, once wrote, I quote, "When I think back to the June 1976 student uprising, I remember clearly how the ANC urged students to destroy school as a way of protest. I warned them against this strategy, cautioning that once it become inculcated in the minds of the population, it will be impossible to reverse. To reverse, but they forged ahead. The children who destroyed the school building were lionized as heroes. Njengoba nenza kumzala Nxumalo nje nimenza uNkulunkulu wala emhlabeni. And the stoning of police was hailed as an act of bravery. Thus, one generation taught the next. Sadly, it is clear now that the chicken have come home to roost. Further, it was difficult during apartheid to oppose the injunction from the ANC's mission in exile to make South Africa ungovernable. When they called on our youth to abandon their classroom, burn down their schools, and protest in the streets, Principal Tellez understood that this was not an isolated moment in the time of our struggle. It will repercussion down the line because it gave birth to a culture of entitlement, protest, and destruction. That culture would not be buried with apartheid. It will remain in the collective memory as the right reaction to anger, frustration, and hardship. Knowing this, he led Inkatha to oppose the call of destruction. We just opposed the ANC's call for liberation now, education later, and then we said, our slogan was saying education for liberation. That culture of violence and lawlessness, which Principal Tellez cautioned about, is evident now in the banning of trucks, banning of schools, banning of libraries and vehicles during violent services delivery protest. The physical damage to school building is the most obvious effect of fire damage, which could seriously compromise or even destroy school infrastructure. However, this type of damage may also result in building being uninhabitable for an extended period of time, forcing the school to find alternative location to hold classes. Abanye bebethi ikole zizoba asezukusebenza ngoba kunama faction fights. These were your teachings. If this is not possible, schools have to temporarily transfer learners to other schools until the fire damage has been repaired. When the Department of Education diverts funds to cover unfunded mandates, such as to rebuild or repair burned down schools, the department is then unable to provide resources to needy schools. As the IFP, we are saying that if learners and community members destroy property like schools, they must be held accountable and rebuild or repair the damage caused at their own cost. Government cannot carry these costs. A no-nonsense approach is needed if we want to put an end to this hooliganism. But I want also to remind this House to say, I don't know why are we debating this issue again, because same item was tabled in 2019. We debated. The same item was tabled in 22. We debated it. And we were saying an indaba must be held. And we did not get AMA responses to say what has happened. We should be...
The time has expired. The next speaker for 10 minutes on behalf of the ANC. The next speaker for 10 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the real Memo Mkhulu, MC Fraser, the real Memo Mkhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, as I stand here, I'm reminded of the words of the renowned Ghanaian revolutionary and Prime Minister Kwame Nkrumah, who once said, I quote, "Those who would judge us merely by the heights we have achieved would do well to remember the depths from which we started," unquote. When the Bantu Education Act was implemented by the oppression government in 1953, it effectively deprived generations of Black South Africans of quality education and skills development, thereby trapping our forefathers and foremothers and forefathers to a life of poverty and exploitation by white capitals. This was further perpetuated by the IFP in our province of KwaZulu-Natal as it continued to dance to the tune of its puppet masters at the expense of the human rights of Black people who continued to be brutalized at every turn by Inkatha and its handlers. Together, they both politicized and weaponized education, leading into mass murders of Black people, a grave injustice that continued to haunt us to this day. Abantu bakwaZulu-Natal abakhohliwe ukuthi nenzani. Abantu bakwaZulu-Natal abakhohliwe ukuthi kwenzani ongoye ngomhla ka-29 ku-October 1983. Abantu bakaZulu babonile ukuthi indeed umzala Nxumalo wayeqinisile mayithi there is somebody who always have the double agenda. We have witnessed it in the few weeks ago. Since the dawn of democracy in April 1994, our ANC-led government has remained true to its founding values by working tirelessly to fight all forms of inequality, decolonized education, and our education system. Ngikusho lokhu somlomo ngoba kumanje ama-districts awu-6 okufaka phakathi kwawo ngisho iKing Cetshwayo, abantwana bakhona bafunda i-coding and robotics. Uhulumeni ka-ANC lowo. We will continue to work even harder to scrap every corner of this country of the legacy of Bantu education. We do this by ensuring that we continuously invest resources targeting at rolling out an accessible and inclusive quality education to all our schools, This includes the provision of safe and conducive learning facilities for learners with special educational needs, a critical need which the apartheid government completely ignored, leaving our people with disabilities hidden in their homes with no prospects of socio-economic emancipation. Madam Speaker, ensuring a safe and secure teaching and learning environment remains one of our paramount objectives. In pursuit of this goal, over 4,762 schools safety volunteers have been appointed as part of the school security project to prevent crime in our schools. However, these have proven not to be adequate to protect our educators, learners, and school infrastructure. As the Department of Education, we are also deeply disturbed by the senseless violence that we are witnessing in and around our schools. I don't want to sound like an alarmist, but I believe this is one of the most urgent threats faced by both our educators and our learners. Somlomo kaNongoma uthisha wazithola eseshawa eseshiselwa umuzi ngenxa nje yokuthi uzikhethela ukhongolose. Ngenxa nje yokuthi uzikhethela ukuba usathu. Namhlanje phambi kwethu kume amalunga enkatha azokhuluma ngodaba lodlame. Yet some of their leaders are in charge of what is happening in that school. Ngiyafisa-ke somlomo ukuthi ngibacela ukuthi mabefika la phambi kwethu abakhuluma okuyikona bangakhuluma okunye besebenza okunye ngoba izwe liyabona. Ngiyafisa futhi ukusho ukuthi Indlela abahlukumeza ngayo othisha ezikoleni abangahambisani nabo kulihlazo kakhulu. Honorable members, before ngiqhubeke ngiyafisa ukuthi the vandalism and torching of our school, it's not only draining the department's financial resources but also regressing gains since 1994 in terms of provision of safe and conducive facilities for quality teaching and learning. Ngonyaka odlule towards exams, we were busy here appealing to the members of the society not to stop learners from going to school makukhona izinto abayifunayo, but the very same IFP la iphethe khona abantu mabenenkinga yamanzi esikhundleni sokuthi bakhulume nabo bebodwa bamisa abantwana ukuthi bangakwazi ukuya esikoleni. We have experienced that eNtabamhlophe, we have experienced that eLundi, and bayahlupheka abantu ngenxa yalenkatha. The reality is that we can only beat this scourge if all stakeholders work together to protect our children's basic right to education. Uma sonke, including amalunga enkatha, singakwazi ukuthi sivikele abantwana bethu, singabavimbi ukuya esikoleni ngoba nakho befuna amanzi. Siyafisa ukusho ukuthi lemkhandlo ayisize. The interdepartmental campaign on the prevention of violence, bullying, corporal punishment, gender-based violence, drugs, learners' pregnancy, and sustainable abuse. The purpose of this campaign is to raise awareness on the social ills affecting education, mobilize communities to take ownership of their schools, as provide learners with appropriate alternatives to the violence and substance abuse. On school safety committees, Honorable Speaker, 5,904 schools have set and have been establishing the safety committees in KwaZulu-Natal. 4,948 schools have been linked with the nearest police stations, and police officers from each police station is assigned to work with schools. It means one school, one police station. 4,023 school safety committees. Kubaluleke kakhulu ukuthi sikhumbuze abantu abalapha because they claim to be leaders. Uma sesibona abantu babo kuyibona abasenzela phansi ngeke sihlale singabatsheli la sibathola khona bephelele. Ngakho ke inkatha siyaphinda siyasha ikhuza abantu bayo. Collaboration between the Department of Education of Community and the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, SAPS, has been in existence for a considerable number of years, and this has assisted in conducting a number of search and seizure operations targeting drugs, liquor, and weapons in our schools. Ngiyafuna Somlomo ukuthi sengizohlala phansi ngisho ukuthi indeed indlela okwenzeka ngayo ezikoleni zethu kungalunga kakhulu uma singathola ukuthi sibambisane as this house. School safety indaba ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi as the department we are welcoming it. Ingakwazi ukuthi sisize but sigcile ekutheni ngempela the learners must learn at school, the teachers must teach, and the managers must manage, and the political parties must be responsible. They must be responsible. Bangafuni ama-voting ngendlela wrong. And ngiyafisa futhi ukuthi while I'm still here ngithi kumhlonishwa uKhawula, if there is something that is happening, people must be exposed. We are tired of the rhetoric of people being corrupt, but we are not being told who is it that is corrupt. Tina, as the department, we are ready to deal with people who are corrupt. Ngakho-ke siyabonga kakhulu. We would like to say we take all the recommendations, but ngiyafisa abantu bakhumbule ukuthi asikhohliwe la sivela khona. Udlame esilwenzayo singama political parties sithi sizama ukuthi asivotelwe lenza abantwana bethu bangakhuli ngendlela efanele ngoba abanye babo bacabanga ukuthi udlame yona into ezobafikisa la beyakhona. Ngakho ke ngiyafisa ukuthi ngicele ngempela officially so iFP ukuthi ayiyeke imkhuba yodlame ayiyeke imkhuba yodlame inkatha ayizosifikisa ndawo. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Debaters. We now call upon the mover of the motion, Honorable S.M. Sonjita, to respond to the debate. I am looking that the sergeant in arms had to be excused because he's not feeling well. Now, Honorable MEC Smelane, on health matters, the same sergeant of arms that is not feeling well, his attire is given to the next officer who comes here wearing it. Maybe it's the same color. I'm worried. Honorable S.M. Sonjita, continue for 5 minutes. Continue.
No, thank you very much, Somlomo Mahubela Tatwetu. Angiqale ngibonge Machinga mfowethu ukuthi uphinde ufundise nje ngokubaluleka nokuthi ANC ithatha serious kangakanani indaba yezemfundo nohulumeni wayo. Ngibonge mhlonishwa baba uNkosi thishomkhulu ngokuthi uqhubeke wenze okuubizo lwakho lokufundisa. Siyabonga nakumhlonishwa uManqele ATM ngibonga ngesikhathi sakhulumela iATM ukuthi bayavumelana nathi kulesiphakamiso.
Honorable Manqele was reading the speech of.
My apologies, Chair. Honorable ngiyabonga Honorable Phakathi ukuthi siyavumelana ukuthi ibalekile lesiphakamiso esisenzayo. Sibonge naku Honorable Manqele Baba Bishop. Siyabonga Honorable MEC Fraser ngokusikhumbuza ukuthi sisuka kude kangakanani. Siphuma emgodini omkhulu kangakanani. Nokusikhumbuza ukuthi ingane lapha eUniversity of Zululand ngo1983 zabizwa ngeinhlamba ezinkulu ezimangalisayo. Esingeke sikwazi ukuyiphinda la. Ngiyathuka nje ukuthi abahlonishwa mawukuthi bacaphuna umntwana owaphinda ngene abacaphuni lokhu akusho ngezingane zasongoye zibulawa. Manje ngiyafisa ke umhlonishwa impela ayipheli akushilo bakithi ukuthi ingane kufanele siyishaye. Nizwile kuFF ithi ingane zihlupha nje ngoba siyishaye. I-solution nje abazoyiprovider eyokuthi ingane kufanele siyishaye. EFF, that's a solution they are proposing in this important debate. Now, siyabonga mhlonishwa uShinga, I think you captured very well the essence of the motion. Umhlonishwa uKhawula uthe kusho ukuthi kodwa ushola inkatha. Asingenzi lutho ngale nkinga ngoba kuzoba nama elections ngonyaka ozayo. So asiyeke nje kuze kufike enye administration le inkinga esibhekene nazo uhulumeni nathi siyamalungu eshamthetho asingenzi lutho silinde iadministration ezayo. Now inkatha ke leyo asingenzi lutho ngale inkinga kuze kufike ukhetho. Now enye inkinga ngenkatha umama umthetho ekhulumela inkatha uthi masisho ngesiZulu lento lamaqhawe namaqhawekazi ka1976 abantu ababengalungile ababebulala izinto ongafanele nakancane inkululeko yethu siyibhekise kubona. Zonke le ngane inkatha ithi abantu banga1976 ababelwela lenkululeko must be demonized. It's IFP, not me. Umama umthetho osho njalo. ukuthi abantu ababezabalazela ukuthi kwayena akhululeke kulelizwe they must be demonized. Now nizwileke inkatha ukuthi ithi inkinga esibhekene nazo awungabi khona umhlangano ozama ukuyixazulula. Asingawabiza amakhosi, singayibiza induna, singabebiza abalunga e-governing board, siyamalunga esishamthetho sixoxisane ngokuthi inkinga esibhekene nazo emphakathini yethu sixazulula kangakanani. Bazwileke abantu bakithi, sisawucela siyishamthetho siyacela somlomo. Awubizwe lo mhlangano ukuxoxisana ukuthi sophuma kanjani kwinkinga esibhekene nazo ezibhekene nemphakathi ezifana nezinkinga zezidakamizwa. Inkathi itheke yonke into umcimbi uhamba kahle asilinde yonke lento eyenzekayo singayixazululi. Sizoyixazulula ke ngoba uhulumeni kaKhongolose cares. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We have now we have now finished the item that related to the ANC party motion. See, we are now moving to 8.7, but I think I must clarify what, in case members saw the flirtatious gestures that were done by Honorable Kaula towards the MEC of Education. They are not welcome in the House, Honorable. You don't kiss and hug the MEC whilst debating. And whatever he was doing, the gestures that no, it has to be done by both. He was, those can be described as a little bit backward and sexist because they were not invited. So they're not welcome in the House. They are sexist. He's not doing it to others. He's doing it to a woman who's debating. Yes. So we invite you to hold your horses when you are flowing with the debate. We're now going to 8.7. The motion of the MF as moved by Esther Rajbansi on the 15th of September 2022. I call upon Honorable Esther Rajbansi, who went missing in the previous motion, as we called for her, to come and introduce her motion in 10 minutes. You are welcome, Honorable Member, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I didn't go missing. I think there was some confusion, but I do support Honourable Sonjika's debate wholeheartedly on the Indab. I can start mine now, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Minority Front thanks this Honourable House for this opportunity to debate this controversial and divisive issue. In 1998, the affirmative action measures were created to improve the economic situation of the Black majority. On evaluating the impact of these measures on the Black African majority, we should consider these effects on our most vulnerable minorities, Indians and Calids, who were and are adversely impacted by both the apartheid and democratic regimes. An underlying justification for measures is workplace diversity, an idea that the workforce should represent...
Hold the time. Honorable members of the... Go back. You've wasted some seconds. Honorable members of the governing party, you are a little bit overwhelming there. The honorable member.
No, I can understand how emotional this issue is, but let me carry on.
Whilst I'm still speaking to the other members, allow me, please. You can continue.
So an underlying justification for measures is workplace diversity, an idea that the workforce should represent the racial and gender makeup of society at large. The problem that many racial minorities face is that they constitute a small percentage of the overall economically active population, the EAP, at the national level, hence feeling deliberately excluded from the economy and wondering whether we are moving to a narrow African nationalist approach, something the father of our nation, Madiba, feared. For example, Indians barely make a comprise 3% of our total population. Will transformation harness their skills? Their livelihoods is endangered by decreasing quotas. Vulnerable racial minorities are concerned because the Employment Equity Act imposes equitable representation, which logically means regional dynamics, whilst BBBE regulations requires companies to comply with the national EAP. Hence, Indian and colored minorities will be geographically disadvantaged when applying because of the apartheid group areas. These are the unintended consequences of both policies because they have equitable representation in one legislation, but are essentially banned from management and ownership positions in BBBE legislation. The DPSA 2023-2024 APP showed BBBE compliance by all departments, explaining that affirmative action policy is the expansion of BBBE that has led to uncontrollable corruption. The findings and challenges in the APP are as follows. Departments do not implement the affirmative action measures in employment equity plans effectively. Blurring arises with regulations which are race-based quota implementation, but the APP speaks to diversity inclusion, hence the method bottlenecks to track or assess redress in terms of affirmative action for the black majority being black, African, Indian, and colored. Therefore, reporting must reflect representation of race targets. The APP results chain contains no inputs and activities, and the DPSA still needs to produce a handbook containing all reviewed MPSA determinations and directives to be issued to departments by next year. As stakeholders, honorable MECs, we need this handbook to see whether there is real return on our investment in the transformation programs. The organizational functionality assessment tool is still being implemented by departments to measure levels of efficiency and effectiveness to support service delivery objectives. The job competency framework for public service is being developed to be implemented this year, together with an occupational dictionary. Implementing these monetary tools will take time. Therefore, getting a reliable baseline for transformation targets seems a long way ahead. How can we speed up this process? South Africa has 1.23 million public servants. For example, 183,774 are from KZN, the second highest. Honorable members, departments show systemic bias in recruitment process to support particular outcomes. Hence, there are protracted labor court cases from KZN. Legal costs are a deterrent, and we could see more cases. Therefore, the recruitment panels must be made up of people of color for transparency and faster transformation. DPSA Program 2 in Human Resource Management and Development, having a sub-program on transformation and workplace environment management, shows that we need to monitor this at a provincial departmental level and call the transformation officer, as per the 1998 white paper, to our portfolio committee to account on departmental targets. Another challenge is the job evaluation system, and there are plans to be put in place by 2023-2024. Regular job evaluations are essential. Some honorable members during committee members complain that senior officials cannot write a report but have a master's or a doctorate. KZN should demand more assistance from DPSA's Program 5, which is Government Services Access and Improvement to Capacitate Our Employees. It's a travesty that public entities and municipalities don't report to the DPSA. Therefore, we must request transformation reports in committees for transparency, accountability to ratepayers, understanding the rules that are in these SOEs. Of concern is the indicators and targets that are based on non-articulated assumptions by DPSA, and this is dangerous. The law designates a broad group, and DPSA reports on the group, but on the ground, quotas are regulated by race group. Then why does DPSA report not use race indicators and targets for a clearer transformation picture, or we will continue to see all government employees being Black African? Where's the diversity of representation? There are blind spots and human bias leading to non-compliance, missed targets because of ideological positions. It is time our country considers a viable alternative to affirmative action based on socioeconomic conditions, not necessarily ignoring one's race entirely. For instance, the approach of some of the best Ivy League universities in the United States recently, where students may now be asked to draft an adversity statement on how race quotas has impacted on their lives. This allows universities to holistically evaluate a candidate as an individual rather than as an avatar of their racial group. And the US Supreme Court recently concluded on that. Madam Speaker, we must take cognizance of the fact that the Employment Equity Act does not have a sunset clause. And recent settlement agreement reached between the trade union Solidarity and the government refers to affirmative action as a temporary nature. This is vague and not acceptable, requiring amendments to the Employment Equity Act to provide a clear manner in which affirmative action will eventually be phased out. We need a paradigm shift to create a Diversity Inclusion Act. We must move from PDIs, previously disadvantaged individuals, to EVIs. EVIs are economically vulnerable individuals. The APP risks are as follows: mainstreaming Batapile in the departments, strained stakeholder relations between departments and unions, corruption where there's a lack of capacity to fight it, policy implementation needing digitalization with ICT investments and departments that work in silos. Honourable Speaker, I'm sentimentally reminded about the MF motion on affirmative action in 2001, where it was our first party debate, when our late leader, Mr. A. Rajvansi, stated that affirmative action stood for anti-Asiatic. He called for recruitment panels to reflect diversity so that the process would be transparent with minimal or no unintended consequences. We talk window dressing, but both public and private sectors are equally guilty. It's time for competency-based recruitments based on DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, as is organizational and departmental appetite for it currently. This is transformative potential. The MF calls for DEI practitioners to be part of the human resource management. July ushers in Madiba magic. Madiba once stated, those who ignore ethnicity do so at their own peril. Diversity is inherently neither good or bad, but rather a reality. Honourable members, as lawmakers and shapers, we have to constantly update our beliefs, challenge our personal systems thinking. Therefore, the DEI method calls for advancing sustainable institutions by fostering a culture of inclusion, and we must employ these practitioners. Therefore, the MF recommends the following. The KZN Planning Commission should produce a paper using a backcasting approach to future studies on sustainable affirmative action programs, namely quotas and BBBE, and provincial development, so that planners, being futuristic, must assess the probable, imagine the possible, and decide on the preferable. In 1998, the white paper was drafted with an understanding that affirmative action would be temporary, and Section 9.2 of the Constitution needs to be amended with a time limit to avoid missing affirmative action targets for continuous entitlement policies and using national demographics for diminishing minority quotas. This is why the SMART principle is applied to law making and policy making, because now we would even miss the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, which speaks of gender equality, and 9.2 is being used to move goalposts. So SA will miss the 2030 targets like we did the 2015 Millennium Development Goal. CCMA staff also need empowering in order to resolve disputes. Each portfolio committee needs to discuss the department's affirmative action program quarterly to feed into DPSA's quarterly reports. The CFOs must allocate a budget line item for transformation initiatives. Every department must appoint a manager for the affirmative action program as per the white paper. Provinces are supposed to be fined if we miss targets, but what if we over-accomplish? No fining in the private sector if we don't clarify, first of all, our targets in the public sector. The private sector has valid arguments for confusion, and therefore we need to send out affirmative action field workers to assist them, because merit is relevant in recruitment criterion for business success. If we discard race, we're only left with merit, and therefore merit as competency are dignified for survival of our people and not for political opportunism. We need to invest in basic education and make education free and seamless. The MF welcomes more skills development, and with the technicons being built around us, we must craft policies that do not painfully hurt our people and our country's image on laws of diminishing returns or irreducibility. Hence, the DEI method is a modernization imperative. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Rajpansi. Now, we call upon the Honourable CQ Madlopa of the ANC for 9 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the executive led by Honorable Leader of Government Business, honorable members, allow me to pay tribute to all men whose month we are currently commemorating. We wish to say that we wish you well this month. We acknowledge all the efforts and sacrifices you make for your families, society, and this country. We encourage you not to be afraid in taking up
a stand against all forms of abuse, including abuse aimed at women and children. Do not be afraid to take up space and be protectors of women, children, and society. With that, Honorable Speaker, I begin this debate on behalf of the African National Congress, acknowledging the greatest milestone we as the nation have traversed for the past 30 years with the ANC at the helm of governance in general and lawmaking in particular. First for ushering in democracy with steady hands in 1994 to this today, from which we as a country have obtained world renown and have been the first century example and subject of study on all matters pertaining to democracy, transition, and reconciliation. Secondly, for boldly introducing the legislation that will address the imbalances of the past, such as poverty, inequality, unemployment, racist and sexist distribution of income. While the democracy project was at full swing, the ANC needed to attack and attend to these pressing matters head on. The liberation movement turned governing party need not renege on the mandate of the masses and managed to achieve this without abandoning its character as a revolutionary party. To this day, the ANC pats itself at the shoulder for being decisive in this regard. As a result, not only affirmative action created in the workplace, but more transformative legislation has been the previously disadvantaged group, not just Black people, but white females, also Indian males, women, colored males. So the affirmative action is not only the Africans or Blacks that benefited. The beneficiaries are also white men, white Indians, males, together with all women. We are saying as African National Congress, we should remind you that post-1994, the ANC's immediate task government was to transform the public service into an efficient and effective instrument capable of delivering equitable services to all citizens and of driving the economic and social development of this country. However, the ability to achieve this had been hampered by the legislation that was complacent to unfair discrimination and division on the basis of race and gender, and which visually excluded majority people. Adopting affirmative action does not only address the imbalances of the past, but legitimizes the government as a truly the government of all people, especially the downtrodden masses. The affirmative action is the animation of the Bill of Rights. Scrapping affirmative action would render the Bill of Rights meaningless and our Constitution to be just a shell. We must not pretend that we do not know that the destruction of the African was systematic, well thought through, and institutionalized by the apartheid government through Bantu education, land disposition, to name the few. To reverse this legacy, we need to be more decisive, more blunted, and far more aggressive than apartheid in adopting enabling legislations. Honorable Speaker, we are therefore appalled and shocked that we have to stand here and defend the affirmative action, especially in Mandela Month. Our icon and many struggle heroes, including Dr. Xuma, must be turning in their graves to witness so-called public representatives canvassing for the abolishment of affirmative action, public representatives lobbying Parliament to disregard our discriminatory past and our present, which still bears the marks of skewed distribution of income and access to economic opportunities against women of all races and people living with disabilities, all at the face of political expediency, masquerading and progressiveness. For one to even refer to affirmative action effort as no longer necessary reflects the level of aloofness from the concrete reality that defines the everyday lives of the Black majority of this country, and signals an impatient grumbling from the ivory tower of elitism. To this day, of 3% of JSE listed company are wholly Black owned because white males have refused and vehemently rejected transformation. The sectors of banking remain a white haven and locals relegated to lower level management positions. For one to be considered logical in the debate to scrap affirmative action will need to produce evidence of willingness and evidence of uncoerced cooperation from white capital, unless cooperation has been attained through government interventionist approaches. Lastly, the notion that people born in or after 1994 are born free is an imagined sense of freedom, a liberal invention to subvert the transformation program waged by the ANC and whose attempt is to remove an entire generation from objective reality. Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is that no one is ever truly free from his or her past in those years, in those yesteryears. Conditions still determine and dictate where you obtain your schooling, where you can afford and reside, and where you can live. There are no born frees in South Africa, while majority of the population still depend on the government interventions to meet their daily needs. This is, Honorable Speaker, is why President Mbeki argued in 1978, where he said, open quote and close, modern political sciences recognizes the fact that social systems are founded on definite historical origins. If the saying out of nothing, nothing comes is true, then it must follow that the future is formed and derives its first impulse in the womb of the present. All societies, therefore, necessarily bear the imprint, the birthmarks of their own past. Whether to be a greater or lesser extent must depend on a whole combination of factors, both internal and external, to each particular society. Honorable Speaker, it is in this spirit, honorable members, that we as the African National Congress opposed to the scrapping of the affirmative action. We are saying the affirmative action is the one that really deals with the imbalances of the past. And it is not pleasing to hear those that are saying they represent the minorities, but at the same time they are calling for scrapping of the affirmative action. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker. The next speaker is the Honorable Les Governor of the IFP for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition and all honorable members. I consider it a great honor to be representing the Inkatha Freedom Party in this very important debate on a motion that has wide-reaching implications across our country. I believe that this debate must firstly commence with a clear understanding of the principles and objectives of the BEE Act, which are to promote economic transformation and enable meaningful participation of Black people in the South African economy through increased participation in ownership and management structures, increasing the involvement of communities and employees in economic activities. Secondly, we must be clear as to the constitutional definition of the term Black. In this context, the BEE Act defines Black persons as, and I quote, Africans, Coloreds, and Indians who as an amendment to the Act in 2013 are South African citizens by birth or descent, or were naturalized as South African citizens prior to 27th April 1994, or would have been eligible for naturalization prior to that date. Affirmative action is there to redress the inequalities of the past and must be seen to do so rather than create a form of reverse discrimination. Honorable Speaker, on paper, the BEE Act seeks to change the pre-1994 status quo, stating in its preamble the need to, and I quote, promote the achievement of the constitutional right to equality, increase broad-based and effective participation of Black people in the economy and promote a higher growth rate, increased employment, and more equitable income distribution. In the case of UNISA versus Reynolds, Dr. M. Mushariwa, senior lecturer at Wits University, states, and I quote, affirmative action seeks to create a working environment based on principles of substantive equality. The ultimate aim of this pursuit being the creation of a workforce representative of the population of South Africa. One of the ongoing debates around affirmative action is whether or not it has a lifespan. The one school of thought argues that affirmative action requires a legislated sunset clause in which the consideration of issues of race, gender, and disability will no longer be required of employers. Failure to have such a clause is held to give rise to an institutionalized racial spoil system and to result in reverse discrimination. The other school of thought argues that the need for affirmative action is twofold: to redress the past inequalities, but also to deal with existing inequalities within society, and having a sunset clause would pervert the aim of affirmative action to deal effectively with both kinds of inequalities and also create a representative workforce, unquote. She later goes on to state, and I quote, it was held that once an employer has reached his employment equity targets, it is no longer justifiable for the employer to continue to apply affirmative action. The employer must therefore, in the life cycle of affirmative action, apply the principle of the most suitably qualified candidate. Appointments must then be based on merit. It is therefore possible within a specific employment setting to create a workforce that no longer applies affirmative action due to its targets having been reached, unquote. Honorable Speaker, we have comprehensive labor legislation in South Africa with good intentions, but bad implementation, with affirmative action being a sore case in point. The main aim of affirmative action is to make sure that qualified designated groups, which include Black people, women, and people with disabilities, have equal opportunities to get a job. This was a policy in good faith and is good in principle, but not practiced in our country and several other countries. Again, let's be reminded that broad-based Black Economic Employment Act defines Black persons as Africans, Coloreds, and Indians. Honorable Speaker, I would like to quote His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who very wisely said, and I quote, we must review affirmative action. Whilst I believe that affirmative action was a remedy, makes sense in its implementation, as it is now, I'm afraid is not fulfilling its original purpose, that of bringing the previously disadvantaged out of poverty, unquote. His Excellency had concerns about labor legislation and the application of affirmative action, particularly centered on the implementation rather than the principle. We as the IFP have always been in favor of changing the status quo of inequality and ensuring that the previously disadvantaged are given every opportunity to take their rightful place in society. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I shall come back.
Thank you. The next speaker for 6 minutes is the Honorable G.F. Mtshali of the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Affirmative action in South Africa is defined in the Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998. The Act has measures designed to ensure that sustainable qualified people from designated group have equal employment opportunities and are equitable represented in all occupational categories and level in the workforce of designated employer. Designated group will refer to Black people, women with disability. Section 2 of the Act says, the purpose of the Act is to achieve equity in the workplace by promoting equal opportunity and fair treatment in the employment through eliminating of unfair discrimination and implementing affirmative action measures to redress disadvantage in employment experienced by designated group in order to ensure their equitable representation in all occupational categories and level in the workshop. Has that happened with the implementation of affirmative action? It has not. In fact, it has brought about a new kind of discrimination. One of the cadres deployment, job for sale and job for friends, with friends including wife, children, partners, and boyfriend and girlfriend, etc. Today, a qualifications means nothing because it is not what you know, but who you know. The effect of this high abuse policy to the province and to the country as a whole has been catastrophic because we have lost skilled workers. These cadres and friends, most are highly unqualified to be in the position they occupy. They are only intent of making money. Many of them own companies or are involved in companies to whom tenders are given. They ensure maximum profit for minimal service provided. We see roads that are newly resurfaced, are uneven, have huge potholes, and are extremely dangerous in wet weather as water particles cause vehicles to lose control and crash, causing death and injuries. In few months, we are putting out another tender to resurface the road and cover up the old potholes that have surfaced. Previously, a car needed a new tire every few years, depending on usage. Today, the same car needs new tires annually because the tires bubble and burst on our road. Health services have no medication or equipment in good working order. People who live autoimmune disease and require treatment have to wait for a long time, and most actually die whilst waiting for medication or test. Why? Because of Kate was playing a game on their phone or was doing something else beside their jobs. They have no skills or passion for job and cannot see the seriousness and implication of their action. Simple because that employees just didn't care. They know that nobody can touch them because the boss who employed them will protect them. So why must they work and order supply services? All they need to do is to get paid. It's just pitch up and make themselves present. ESCOM, SABC, SAA, PRASA, the schools, ports, etc., are filled with the same quality of workers who were employed through a failed affirmative action policy. eThekwini municipality is calling for the retired artisan and qualified professionals. Why? Where are all our graduates? In the last 30 years, have we produced no engineers, artisans, scientists, etc.? Our university and technologies that we now have a call on retired people
who have neither the drive, none will work anymore. We have produced of these professionals, many of whom take advantage of the lack of expertise in our State Department, open private practices and consult of exorbitant fees to the state. The rest have been poached by foreign companies and have relocated abroad. They have the opportunity to earn big salary, live in comfort in a safe, crime-free environment, drive fancy cars without the fear of being hijacked, get free medical treatment. Their children get a first-class education and are able to compete internationally. The world is their oyster. While here,
Kulamule sona isikhathi Mantshinga. Kububi. The next speaker for 2 minutes is the Honorable CM Shinga of the NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and Honorable Shinga. Honorable Speaker, the affirmative action policy was introduced to address the social imbalances of the past. However, today it is being used as the cornerstone of corruption in advancing and enhancing the objectives and missions of cadre deployment at the expense of skills and qualification. A turnaround strategy is needed to have an inclusive or racial employment framework of Employment Equity Act to develop capacity for the diversity in the workplace and promote non-racial and democratic South Africa. Kuthiwa izono zoyise zowela kubantwana noma esizukulwaneni esilandelayo. Nakuba kunjalo siyakudinga ukuba sakhe isizwe esimunye nesibambisene nesingacwasi nesingakhelwe phezu kwensila yokuhlukumeza. Honorable Speaker, it will be political suicidal to only review and consider the debate around sunset clause based and focusing on affirmative action only and leave or ignore the critical debate surrounding the issue of land redistribution and property rights. Other groups must also stop to be choosy when it comes to job opportunities and think that they are only entitled to certain preferable, good quality and professional jobs. We also wish to see them actively participating and being absorbed by government programs such as EPWP as beneficiaries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Shinga. Umuntu owaqeda lowa mthetho wokumema passage wabasiza Honorable Msimango. The next member for 9 minutes is the Honorable HGS Mavindela of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I greet you all. This motion has made me reflect to the fundamental principles of the founding of the African National Congress, which were encapsulated in the Freedom Charter, which stated that, and I quote, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. The Freedom Charter goes on to say that our country will never be prosperous or free until all our people live in brotherhood, enjoying equal rights and opportunities, close quote. This principle became a major cornerstone of our democratic constitution. Honorable members, while great strides have been made to achieve this goal, we still are a long way off in balancing the inequalities of the past. Unfortunately, Many of our people still face these inequalities and discrimination daily in the workplace, as some institutions still refuse to transform and give opportunities to Black South Africans, especially Africans. I am sure many of you gathered here have a story to tell of how many family members are still denied opportunities based on race, gender, or disability, especially in the private sector. The affirmative action policy, which Honorable Rajbansi want it to be removed, has provided bread for many families by opening opportunities for several graduates coming from Black communities who were denied this based on race. Now that 29 years into democracy, even though some opportunities have been opened, we still face a challenge of lack of transformation in managerial position in corporate South Africa. Due to the work of the African National Congress, one can see that there is improvement, even though there is still some resistance in some organizations in the private sector. Transformation, especially in top management, is still a major challenge, leaving many Black people frustrated, as many of these companies are led by the so-called white boys clubs. This notion is what is commonly seen in the corporate companies with bullying mentality, which is there to incapacitate Black people in the workplace. This is why the African National Congress has welcomed the Employment Equity Amendment Act, which was recently signed into law by the President Cyril Ramaphosa. We have also heard the noise by the opposition, especially the Democratic Alliance, which is taking the matter to the Constitutional Court because they need to protect their electorate at the expense of Black people. Now, in true DA style, they are using this act to manipulate voters in the colored and Indian communities by saying this act will push them aside. What is more disappointing is that party like Minority Front, which claim to represent the minorities, will fall for the same trap of trying to divide Black people according to their racial orientation. Perhaps it is worth noting that there are many people, especially within the Indian community, who have vastly benefited from the ANC transformation policies in different sectors of the economy. We need to remind the opposition that the African National Congress-led government has, since its formation and the dawn of democracy, been an advocate of non-racial society which seeks to open opportunities in all spheres of economy. But what we will not do is to sit back while our people are pushed aside to back rooms while white males dominate in the boardrooms. According to the research done by PricewaterhouseCoopers, the demographics in most companies in South Africa are still failing to represent the racial makeup of the country. The small minority of white people remain dominant in position of power. In the top 100 JSE-listed companies, 78% of CEOs are white males, even though they only make up 7% of South African demographics. Black South Africans only account for 14% of the top CEOs, despite representing 80% of the population, whilst Indian or Asians make up 7% and colored 1%. These figures are true representation of how much work still needs to be done to undo the imbalances of the past. This alone is the motivation for the ANC to support the affirmative action policy, and scrapping this act will mean that as the leadership we have failed our youth. Ours is to ensure that the young people don't have to face the same struggles we experience in our lifetime, and we cannot join those who rejoice in the oppression of Black people in corporate South Africa. Our leaders have sacrificed their blood, sweat and tears to give us the freedom we have today.
And as the ruling party, it is our responsibility to fight for the marginalized by supporting any act which will dismantle the barriers of apartheid in the workplace. The African National Congress, as a democratic organization, has never left anyone outside of its policies. Our sisters and brothers who have been fighting with us at the trenches, our Indian and colored communities, has always been accommodated in all our policies. But what we cannot ignore is that as Black people, we are a majority. We are still at the back end of the transformation in the workplace. The founding president of the glorious movement, Ubaba Pixlika Isakaseme, giving an address in 1906 said, and I quote, "I have chosen to speak to you on this occasion upon the regeneration of Africa. I am an African, and I set my pride in my race over against a hostile public opinion. Men have tried to compare races on the basis of some equalities," close quote. Opposition parties cannot make noise and apply cheap politics to get votes from minorities. In reality, they will never serve the interest of Black child. While they are busy making noise, the work of this progressive government will continue to make an impact in the lives of the future leaders by creating an environment conducive enough for them to flourish. We are indeed leaving no one behind. There are possible two main reasons why anyone will stand opposed to our progressive affirmative policy action policy today, while our economy remains largely in the hands of those privileged by apartheid, while senior management positions remain largely white dominated, with few token appointments of Black managers without really decision-making powers, and while South Africa still has the most unequal distribution of income in the world. These reasons, honorable members, are: you are speaking from the place of comfort and aloof to the realities of our people. Two, you are simply anti-transformation, anti-redress, anti-social justice, and anti-Blacks. If there are any kinds of strange things that arise in the course of correcting the historic injustices and involving all South Africans in building a just and equal society, this should be dealt with concretely. However, this should not result in us questioning the policy of affirmative action. As such, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
The next speaker for 2 minutes on behalf of the Minority Front is the Honorable Esther Rajpanzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minority Front recognizes that we still have economic inequality almost 30 years into democracy, but unemployment rate has skyrocketed, requiring us to fundamentally reconsider how we grow our economy and attract investment. Recent empirical evidence suggests that affirmative action may have helped individuals who already found themselves higher on the skills ladder. These effects were too small to have had an impact on the average, previously disadvantaged individuals. South Africa's skilled workers shortage is crippling economic growth. We cannot afford to select job applicants on racial grounds at a time where South Africa needs every person to contribute to the economy. Statistics indicates that the pipeline of Black skills from school system is too restrictive due to dysfunctional schools, focusing only on the output of racial representativity, while neglecting the input of decent education is wrong. In the immediate term, rather improve rural schools, providing more academic support than focusing on implementing a policy like affirmative action, which has a life cycle and which aims for an equality of outcomes which is long-term. Government must be a role model to the private sector, provide clarity, remove noise or bias from the policies for successful outcomes, stick to the letter of this and the spirit of the Constitution in terms of a non-racial as well as a society that has freedom and equality goals. Honourable members, I ask of foreign nationals, where in the equation are we reporting these numbers? Where do they feature? Should the preferential requirement not apply to South Africans first, who are born here and are indigenous? Affirmative action is not a social welfare legislation. Instead of using race as a proxy for disadvantage, we should now start looking at the issue of the disadvantage and the poverty itself and create empowerment based on socioeconomic status. We are mindful that apartheid's legacy of economic inequality has rendered us interchangeable, but we have to craft more precise measures. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We now call upon the Honorable S.E. Manele to table the speech on behalf of Honorable A.M. Pagati of the ATL.
Honourable Speaker, as ATM, we do not believe that affirmative action policy have successfully achieved what was intended by passing it. We believe that those who passed this policy did not realize that 20 years will not be enough to achieve its goals and intended. To this day, there is still a big number of highly qualified Black people who are not in executive position in both public and private sectors. Those who were previously disadvantaged in the employment sector are still advantaged and still enjoying more access to opportunities than those who were previously disadvantaged, blacks in particular. We do not oppose that some policies need to be reviewed, but those policies that have achieved less in terms of its intended goals cannot be reviewed. Instead, its implementation must be tightened even more, and the affirmative action is one of those policies. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Bishop Manele, for reading the speech of the ATM. Now we call upon the Honorable Manele to present his debate for 2 minutes on behalf of the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. ACDP notes the motion by the Minority Front. As we all know, the PE did not assist in fighting the intended people, and it resulted in fronting where the intended was used to paint companies as blacks. As a result, it was further extended to BBEE, which also did not benefit the whole section of the intended population, but the selective few. The BBEE legislation makes provision for the creation of BBB vehicles, which assist small, medium, and large business with the tools and skills to meet South African legislative requirement and help to structure their business to become BBBE compliant and simultaneously empower Black people. As of now, this does not benefit the country in good cause, because some people who are skilled leave the country to elsewhere in the world. We rather propose and promote that companies be of mixed races like a rainbow nation. This will assist the rainbow nation building and people to love their country. Overall, BBBEE compliance can provide a range of benefits for businesses, including improved access to various business opportunities, enhance reputation, increasing competencies, access to build and tax benefit, as well as empowerment of Black people in South Africa. It has been shown that BBBEE is resulting in economic strain, mixed economic outcome, and a progression. Thank you, Speaker, but it must not be scrapped, must be improved.
The next speaker for 4 minutes is the Honorable Les Governor of the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Addressing the Black Business Summit in June this year, the Honorable President of the Inkatha Freedom Party, the VF Slabisa, put it very precisely when he said, and I quote, "It is important to note that although Black South Africans have achieved political freedom, for millions, economic freedom remains just a dream, far removed from the daily lived reality," unquote.
Please. Can continue, Honorable Governor. Honorable members, Honorable LOGP, please allow Honorable Governor to continue his debate. You can continue, sir.
Thank you for the protection. I don't know why Honorable Duma has a problem when I quote my president, who is an honorable member of this house. The IFP acknowledges the evils of apartheid and the fact that there was unequal opportunities and that these must be addressed. Therefore, we fully support the triple BEE, but not at the expense of a state that finds itself incapable of functioning efficiently due to the high number of vacancies we see across government departments, because triple BEE, as it is practiced now, tends to be used as a shield and smokescreen for the benefit primarily of the most fortunate and most politically connected. Honorable Speaker, by subverting policies such as affirmative action to promote cadre deployment is another impediment to economic growth and transformation. Political loyalty should not be favored over competence, and many of our country's woes over the past 2 decades can be traced back to this blind loyalty and deployment of inexperienced and unqualified personnel in critical sectors of the economy. Whilst acknowledging and fully supporting the redress as intended by the triple BEE, the IFP insists on seeing meritocracy being one of the main considerations of appointments in the public service and in the parastatals. We must also assess the impact of affirmative action on labor market outcomes in the country. His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi made a very poignant observation when he said, and I quote, "Affirmative action has been applied in countries as diverse as Malaysia, the USA, Sri Lanka, and India. Some figures, and one must treat figures carefully, illustrate that affirmative action has deepened poverty in the USA for Blacks, whilst increasing wealth for some rich Blacks," unquote. It might appear that affirmative action has created a new form of socio-economic discrimination in employment and education, where the respective government programs encourage in favor of middle-class members of the majority group over better qualified working class members from the same group, since programs do not, in essence, consider socio-economic class. As IFP, we believe that the sunset clause on affirmative action legislation was included for a specific purpose, rightly so, and it is now time to review the policy. So let us task ourselves with taking a hard and dispassionate look at the implementation of the triple BEE policy and affirmative action. In his closing comments to the Black Business Summit, the Honorable Slabisa said, and I quote, "As the IFP, we encourage the Department of Trade and Industry and Competitions and the triple BEE Commission to target low-hanging fruit and get back to basics so that more Black South Africans can harvest the benefits of the triple BEE Act." Again, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, let us be reminded that the triple BEE Act defines Black persons as Africans, Indians, and Coloreds. I thank you.
Thank you. The next member for 10 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable, the ABC responsible for health, Honorable Nsimelane.
Thank you very much. Speaker, sibingelele kumalunga onke esishayamthetho. Speaker, I wish to just firstly start by saying affirmative action in its essence is not an opposite of meritocracy or no capacity. And if we start debating from that particular angle, right from the beginning, we are missing the point. When Honorable Mjali was debating, Speaker,
I was very confused because I thought the EFF, by its own nature, stands for empowerment of Black people. But what the debate was saying is opposite of what we thought the EFF stands for. Okubuyela kulokho esikucabangayo ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi bona banayo ipolicy kahle hle. Kuwukuthi nje ke bayabamba lapho bethola khona bacosha bese bayaqhubeka. With that said, Honorable Mtshali was everywhere ekhuluma ngendaba affirmative action, including health services, abantu abangasebenzi kahle. Siyavuma by the way ukuthi abantu kufuna basebenze, we are never going to defend that. Kodwa yena indlela akade isho ngayo iyasidida kakhulu. Kodwa uma sizolandela indlela akade ichaza ngayo indaba affirmative action nokuthi abayisupport, isho ukuthi nama members e-EFF anga-attendi legislature chairperson speaker angafiki emsebenzini, angafiki kuma programs legislature, kodwa nakuphela inyanga ahola imali ephelele. Nawo kufuna phela siwabuke siwafakela amehlo ngoba afola kule debate uHonorable Mtshali akade ekhuluma ngayo. Kusho ukuthi uma silandela the thinking ka Honorable Mtshali, kusho ukuthi those members who get books in hotels by the legislature but don't come to legislature programs or benza ama drive through bafike bahlala 30 minutes, nabo phela must be dealt with if we are going to be following the thinking ka Honorable Mtshali. Ngiyakusho ke nje lokho ngidlula sihlalo, kodwa ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi Honorable Mtshali akasizanga ngempela kule debate. With that said, Chair, I want to firstly say anyone who is a realist would know and understand why a country like ourselves, with a painful history and persistent legacy of apartheid like South Africa, needed affirmative action. I do not believe that this is something we as members and public representatives should be standing here today be debating, and I think Honorable Madlopa indicated that particular matter. Ngiyafisa ukusho sihlalo ukuthi discrimination laws has been systematically infused into the society, into our society and into South Africa for the past 342 years. Now, no sunset clause is going to be able to reverse those laws in 20 or 25 years. Therefore, when we say affirmative action has now lived beyond its time because of the sunset clause that were put in place, I think the presentation by Honorable Rajbansi really is very much misleading and ayikho in line with what the people of this country actually need. Kodwa, if we are going to be saying affirmative action had a sunset clause, who put this sunset clause there? The oppressors that were people who were oppressing us were telling us that we must be able in 20 years, 30 years time, we must get over racism. It's not going to be possible. With that said, Chair, I want to say, Speaker, BEE, and it's unfortunate that I have to now quote as well what has just been quoted. The BEE Act defines Black persons as Africans, Coloureds, and Indians. Now, when Honorable Rajbansi has a motion that says people of Indian authority or origin and young Indians are the ones who are discriminated against, kusho ukuthi she is in essence saying young Indians are not Black. She is saying to us young Indians of this country are not Black. And I don't believe that's what Indian people are saying in this country. I really do not believe so. It is very unfortunate that you will have public representatives being the ones who are actually dividing people of this country racially, when we should all be benefiting at the same equal level. This debate and motion, Speaker, is self-defeating. This motion does not seek to address the challenges that we still have out there of inequality. Africans today are still suffering in government, in the private sector. Indians are today still suffering in government, in the private sector. So are people of colored communities. So if we are going to come here and say, I represent Africans, you represent Indians, and you represent coloreds, we are defeating what we are supposed to be doing here today. This motion is elitist. This is a motion who someone is able to sit at home. I have everything. I don't have problems. And I want to think on behalf of our communities and say, I think this is what they want. When actually they don't want that. All our young people, Indian, African, colored, want to get opportunities equally. Speaker, if we are going to follow the motion as it has been presented to us, let's look at the employment rate in the country. Black communities versus Indian communities. Unemployment rate of Black youth in South Africa is estimated to be at about 38.8%, while that of Indian youth is at 13.7%. 38% compared to 13.7%. So if we are to follow these statistics, young people of Indian origin actually are far much better than Africans. But is that what we want to do when we are supposed to be representing Africans? Do we want to divide Africans? I don't think that's what we want to do, Chair. I do not believe that is what we want to do. I believe Honorable Rajbansi is suffering from something that is called Stockholm Syndrome. Stockholm Syndrome, Chair, is when you have a victim that wants to continuously defend the perpetrator. Because what we have to do collectively as Black people is to fight for the betterment of Black people. That's our responsibility. You know, Chair, there is something that is called a house nigger syndrome that some African Americans suffer from. Now, this house nigger syndrome was during the slave times, when Africans were divided. Some that were seen to look more pretty, beautiful hair, lighter skinned, would be taken to work in the households. Then the rest of the Africans would work in the fields. And as the time continues, these house niggers saw themselves as better oppressed than those that are in the fields. When actually, the house niggers that were in the houses, they are the ones who were suffering more because they ended up being the ones who were cleaning their bosses' behinds. But the second one, there's something called colorism. That again, African Americans, and probably we also, some of us suffer from that in this country, where your level of Blackness is dictated according to the skin tone of your color. The lighter you are, the better you are. The darker you are, like myself, you become someone ongabalulekile. Now, this colorism, Speaker, is not imposed on us, Black people, by our oppressors. They planted this a long time ago. This colorism, discrimination according to color, is us enforcing it on us amongst ourselves. Speaker, I want to say to Honorable Rajbansi, this motion was not necessary. This motion was elitist. This motion was self-defeating. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we have come to the end of the debate. And as such, we have to call upon the mover of the motion to respond to the debate. Honorable Esther Rajbansi, you have 5 minutes to respond to your debate on your motion. Ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have to start by, first of all, taking this opportunity to thank all the members and the parties that debated this affirmative action motion. and I hope they all heard me correctly, but I want to remind the Honorable Simelane that anything that is debatable in this Honorable House is not self-defeating. In fact, it opens the mind, and that's what I wanted to invoke by bringing this debate. I knew it was going to be a hotly debated debate, but I'm not a coward. I am an honorable member of this House. I will rather debate something with you on this floor before the elections, but not attack you unnecessarily during the election. And when I prepared this debate, I prepared it on the DPSA report, which is a
Honorable
report.
Rajpansi, please. Honorable members, please. You may continue, ma'am.
Which is a report that was produced by the ANC-led government for at national, and it's a current report. But I also want to say to the Honourable Mavimbela that, we are legislators, and none of our policies ever will be cast in stone. Policies and programs, laws, they're always moving. They're modernizing with the times. And that's all I'm asking in this debate. Let's think positively. So I welcome the criticism, though, and the contributions, because as legislators, we have to be critical thinkers. We have to use our divergent and our convergent thinking, and we have to correct the gaps, especially those that were produced in the DPSA report. Therefore, honorable MECs and the Portfolio Committee chairs, we have a lot of work to do, even our Planning Commission and other watchdogs, because remember, we have a tight timeline to the NDP 2030 and the SDG 2030. So maybe you feel that affirmative action doesn't have a timeline, but remember, you're going to be reporting on all these targets, and you're going to come back to square one of having to assess the policy. So the debate exposes why we need to move away from rigidity of numbers to flexibility of diversity inclusion. We must create the critical post to administer the transformation policies, because we have to get the baselines right. Remember, what gets measured gets done. The MF will never fall into a white trap. We will never divide the community. We've never done it. We won't divide the minorities. But what we will do is we will bring about awareness that there is an intention to change. And I want to remind our people that speeding up this process is a responsible thing to do 30 years into democracy. Remember, the MF is a responsible party. We've never taken the government to the United Nations to ask for outside help. We've never taken you to the Constitutional Court, even if we had the money. No, we have been courageous to look at the progress made, to note it down in this debate, and to make the recommendations that will help not only government but business and citizens, because the MF feels strongly about economic freedom. I want to also agree with the Honourable P. Governor that there's a life cycle to affirmative action. The MF reiterates that we need to phase out affirmative action, or if we don't want to phase it out, then let's improve it, like the Honourable Mankela was saying. Our Honourable President recently said in his report that he wants us to, focus on better infrastructure to better the lives of our people. I agree with him. But then we also need skilled workers. This can reduce so many other social ills like crime. We also need our politicians to root out the corruption and mismanagement. These goals require a rethink, whether we scrap affirmative action or replace it with something better. And that is why the MF always comes with a recommendation. We are recommending reconstructing inclusiveness using diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI processes, which can easily be monitored if we migrate from hybrid working systems to a new normal post-COVID especially. So the MF is just advocating a change or migration in the policy or system. Honourable Simelane, I really do not suffer from a Stockholm syndrome. It is for those who take you to the Constitutional Court that you should be giving that. I bring robust debates to the House, and I really enjoy it when I do this because it gets us thinking. I want to remind my dear friend and honourable colleague Madlopa that remember negative thinking, brain drain, unemployment, all these woes, poor service delivery, these all inspire us to do more, because key principles of affirmative action programs are for productivity and for service delivery. I want to thank all the members for taking part in this debate, and I also want to say eventually that, look, let us, let us go into the elections. Let us go with a clear mind that whatever we're doing, we are correctly, and we're thinking for the good of all our citizens. That's all the MF is asking for. We need to not say that we are politically correct about everything, but at least let's improve the lives of our people, and it gets done here in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for those who participated. But I must thank the Whips Forum. Whenever Whips Forum, you put on the order paper a motion from the minority parties, the one-member parties, you are actually affording the one-member parties an opportunity to truly and really have more airtime with their own constituencies. In our parliamentary system in South Africa, we may not have what is called a minority day in the House, but party motions give that minority day to minority parties. Thank you so much, Whips Forum, for having this. Now, that was the last debate that we have had, unless there are announcements from the side of the Premier. No. Ngeke was demanded kweza kwa government.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There is none. Thank you so much.
Thank you. When demanded was Honorable members, we have a few announcements. The first one is the announcement, which is the South African Legislative Sector Gender Summit that will be held from the 1st to the 3rd of October at Izimbali in KwaZulu-Natal. Of August, 1st to the 3rd of August, 2023 at Izimbali. Committees that are invited is the chairperson of the Women's Caucus with the steering committee of the Women's Caucus, chairperson of COCTA and one member of COCTA, social development and one member, economic development and one member, agriculture, portfolio committee on agriculture and rural development with one member, public participation and petitions, chairperson and one member, quality of life, chairperson and one member, standing committee on public accounts, chairperson and one member, the chief whip and the deputy chief whip, chair of committees and the deputy chair of committees, and the entire speakers forum of national. They have been invited already, honorable members. Honorable members, on the 8th of August, 2023, you are all invited to the Women's Parliament that will be held at the KwaMashu Indoor Sports Center. You will be there on the 8th of August. Honorable members, those who came to this house like me in 2014 will still remember the budget debate of the 2014-2015 financial year, when many of the new members were sitting around the benches where Honorable Duma was sitting. There was a young member at that time who said he wishes to run through and leave the house. 9 years later, he's not running through and leaving the house. But 9 years later, that young member has served this house as the chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committee. At the height of the COVID-19, the Education Portfolio Committee was the first portfolio committee to conduct oversight visit alongside government that was at the cold face of the COVID-19 pandemic, and seeing that the essential workers were not alone. That young member at the time that he wanted to run through leaving the education debate has at some point rose to be a member